Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers season finale. Sounds crazy to say it. We have already made it all the way to the season finale, but we have had some incredible racing, some incredible racers, and we've got a whole nother afternoon of racing planned for you right here live on Racer TV. We are here at Willow Springs International Raceway in beautiful Rosamond, California, a legendary location for what is sure to be a legendary finale for an incredible season of the Bagger Racing League. My name is Zach Herron, going to be covering all the action with you. Let's introduce the second member of our broadcast team, somebody with experience on the track and in the booth, our very own Tony Tucker.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. We've got an exciting points battle in the Bagger GP class. But in our Pro Stock Bagger class, we're going to see if Arnie Wells or Danny Spina can upset Cody Gilmore's undefeated season in our Pro Stock Bagger class. We're also going to see if anybody's got anything for Jake Masters and his undefeated season in the Super Street class. We've also got sidecars, liquid-cooled twins, classic Superbikes out here. A lot of great racing going on in the final day here at the BRL. We'll come back with Green Flag Racing right after this. Today's broadcast is dedicated to our longtime friend and huge supporter of the BRL, Daryl Bassani.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back live here on Racer TV to the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers season finale here at Willow Springs International Raceway. We've got one of our newer classes. We saw the debut of sidecar racing here yesterday, and this was one of the more exciting classes, not only just because of the racing itself, but the technology behind it, getting to take some in-depth looks at these sidecars, the technology involved with making them efficient race machines as well, and, of course, we get an additional commentator in the booth as well. Zach Herron, Tony Tucker, and Larry Coleman going to be really providing some insight and information as far as been there, done that. I'll be honest, guys. He puts me to shame as far as the ability to describe exactly what's going on in these sidecars, how important it is for not only the pilot but the passenger as well. He continues to emphasize teamwork makes the dream work. We're going to see who's got their team figured out the best. Tony, Larry, how you doing, guys?
We're great. Thanks, Zach. We're excited to get racing underway. Sidecars are a great way to kick off the day here. I mean, this is new to the BRL. We did have them one time last year, but I love seeing these guys and the innovation that these cars have in them. And it's great to have Larry here and explaining, from the seat of the pants and the expertise and all the laps he's spun in a sidecar, his point of view as well. Larry?
Thanks. Good to be here, guys. And wow, we've got a great start. And one of our favorites is left standing on that. Ooh, that's going to be a good one to see. One of our favorites, Kelly Bell, and Kinsey Delhey got left on the line, and now they're going to have to play makeup, and they are one of the favorites. Our race leader at the moment on the first lap going into turn one, well, side by side coming into turn two, is Bernard Ugly and Kevin Kautsky on the number 21 bike, are the current ARMA F1 champion. And next, in doing battle with them are Wade Boyd on a Formula 2. Now we have two types of machines on the racetrack. The long bikes are Formula 1s. They're rear engines. The front engine bikes are Formula 2 bikes. And so we've got them, but they're all about, most of them are 1,000cc. I think they're 1,600 in the class. But there's 1,000cc engines in them as they make their way up through the Omega in the top. It looks like Ugly and Kautsky are out in front, but they may see a challenge from Riolo and Aguilar. Frank Riolo, number 3, just brought that bike over from Europe. And Wade Boyd now in second place. But the number 3 bike of Frank Riolo, that is a state-of-the-art. Just brought it in, imported it in from Belgium. This is what you'll see in Europe. This type of a bike is what you see in Europe racing in the Formula 1 World Championship for sidecars. But coming in through turn 8 and 9, that long, sweeping, decreasing radius turn, which is a little bumpy, I'm hearing from these sidecar guys, is Bernard Ugly and Kautsky out with a commanding lead at the moment. And Riolo and Aguilar, earlier Riolo was having some shifting problems, but it's Wade Boyd in third place. Fourth place would be Steve Stahl and Larry Campbell. And here comes down the front straightaway Bill Becker. Bill Becker Campbell, beg your pardon, Bill Becker and Larry Campbell. Bill out of Apple Valley, California, nearby. He is a constructor of sidecars. So if you're interested in becoming, this sport interests you and you're interested in getting started, Bill can set you up from a beginning bike to state-of-the-art.
Okay. Now the front two cars, Euclid that we see on screen here and the second place car, the white one, are these both Formula 1 cars?
They are both Formula 1 cars. Bernard Ugly in first place in the number 21 bike. Started out with a pile of tubing, built that bike and engineered that motorcycle from scratch, and it takes it to the top of the podium. So there's an interesting story right there. The second place bike is a Formula 1 bike with European Formula 1 technology, monocoque chassis, Formula 1 style, if you will. There's a lot of Formula 1 in these European chassis. They use that technology a lot. But it's still teamwork. It still takes a passenger and a driver to get that in sync to get these motorcycles around the racetrack. Real teamwork.
Now, Larry, let me ask you here. I've just been kind of observing some of the passengers that they make their way on. Perfect example right here. You see that passenger with the foot up in the air as they're leaning over the side of the motorcycle. Is there a reason behind that? Is there certain techniques that these passengers are trying to use when they're getting the weight to one side or another?
Well, the passenger with the foot out the back, I mean, that's probably just a result of the configuration or the style of the sidecar platform itself. The passenger is really interesting. With a left-handed sidecar going around a right-handed turn, it's depending on where the weight is, the passenger moves his weight a little bit forward to get a little more, because if the front end's pushing a little bit, it wants to push to the passenger moves his weight forward, gets a little more weight on that front end. So it's critical where the passenger is on these bikes and where he puts his weight. It depends on the racetrack, it depends on the speeds, and so much of that is the teamwork that these two, as driver and passenger, have developed together. And our leader, and I think, in my opinion, one of the reasons that this team does very well, they've been together 14 years. They really know and understand each other and the bike.
Now, these two cars we're seeing on screen, these are both F2 cars. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, they're really, a little closer in speed. It looks like they're kind of staying together, being that F2. a little bit slower in speed than the F1 cars?
The F1 has the advantage in, and I think the speed differential shows up because of the advantage of the tires, the chassis. They get a hold of the racetrack better. They're a better handling vehicle. Around here at Willow Springs, I would say it's about a toss-up because I've seen F2s win races here over F1, so it's about a toss-up. So much of it has to do with the team and then the preparation of the bike.
Sure. Do you think what we're seeing out here is maybe a differential in drivers?
Now, in experience, I mean, you've got Udlikowski, and I think they have the machine.
Okay.
It's not the drive. The drivers, we've got a pretty experienced field out here, actually.
Okay.
And I'd say it's the machine and the preparation. Bernard, he's a general manager at Jay Leno's Garage, so you can imagine the attention to detail. And he's been building and racing cars for a long time. He's an interesting guy because he ended up in sidecar racing. And we're happy to have him over here on the dark side, I assure you.
Yeah, we're definitely happy to see him here in the BRL.
Now, just taking a look in that last corner, I believe it was Kevin Kowski that we were looking at. It almost looked like his back foot was maybe making a little bit of contact with the course itself as they were going around that corner. Does anything like that ever happen for these passengers?
Oh, it's not unusual for a passenger to fall off.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I mean, it happens because especially on a Formula One, it's the technology taken out to the nth degree. So as the technology gets better on any racing machine, the racing edge gets finer and finer and finer, and it gets real fine. And so a small mistake can be a big mistake with a sidecar that's on the edge. And if you're drifting a three-wheel sidecar through a turn and maybe hit a wet spot or a chuck hole or something, it can upset. It's not unusual. It's not usual, but it does happen. And Kevin is an unusual passenger because he's a big guy.
Yeah, I saw him in the winner's circle as we get the halfway marker here. Yeah, he's a big fellow. Like standing up on the top step of that podium yesterday. He's a big guy. In a little sidecar. He's
a second generation sidecar racer. I actually raced with his dad. So it's unusual to see somebody of Kevin's physical stature. But these guys have got it figured out. He and Bernard are one heck of a good team.
Very good.
Almost looking like that elbow was going to make some contact there. That's incredible to see. I mean, we talk about how fast these guys are going, but to be mere inches off the asphalt, that's just incredible to me.
Well, sometimes it's less than inches. Believe me, some leathers, the leathers take some beating. They really
for the passenger.
Absolutely. Especially on an F2 bike, we don't have any vintage sidecars out here, but the vintage bikes. I encourage you to go to YouTube or maybe Three Wheeling. Three Wheeling is one of the media groups that promote sidecar racing on the internet, on Facebook and YouTube. And look at some of the vintage when they were 16-inch wheels with maybe a 4-inch wide tire, as opposed to the 13-inch wheels that they now have with the big wide grip. Those guys drifted those things, and those passengers worked their butts off on those. And it's a lot of work as a passenger. We had one passenger this weekend. This was his first time out, and he couldn't make it. He in practice, it spent him.
Wow.
You really have to get used to it. Once you get used to it, you use the centrifugal force to move from side to side. You use it to your advantage. Mm-hmm. But it takes some getting used to and some training.
Looks like we got a
battle on screen.
Oh, yeah. That would be, Steve Stull. It looks like Steve Stull and Wade Boyd, 2 season veterans. These guys they exchange paint a lot here on the Sidecar Racing Association West. That's a good race.
And that's what I was going to ask. Do we see contact frequently as far as riders trying to make passes and stuff like that, or is there usually a decent amount of space left between them? But these guys are answering my question as I ask it. Wow, look at that.
Really good race. No, it's not unusual to find somebody else's a little bit of paint on your fairing, but as long as it's done and done safely, if you will. And these guys race together all the time. They know they can race together and race tight.
Sure, that's an amazing shot there. Just watching these two cars go through turn 1 side by side into turn 2, both passengers kind of like hanging out. Almost leaning into the other car there. I mean, that's a great shot and kind of just gives you the whole dynamic of what these guys are, dealing with. As again, you see these guys hanging off the inside there.
And especially on these Formula 2 bikes, you get a better sense of really the moving back and forth with the passenger.
Yeah, this is a great battle here. I believe this battle is for third place. I think this is third and fourth.
I think so. Yeah.
These guys are kind of battling for that last podium position.
I love it, and I'm going to give a shout out to Heidi Neidhofer, who is here with us today. She rode with Steve for many years. Heidi lives in Germany and still races vintage bikes in Germany as a passenger. But she's here today watching her old bike do battle. This is kind of cool. Yeah.
As we see the white flag there, we've got 1 lap to go. So we see the field rounding the corner. Here's Euclid on his final lap. He's just got to, circuit the course one more time, and he'll bring home that checkered flag for the second day in a row here.
Yep, full command, to say the least. I think as Riolo develops his bike, the number 3 bike, the one that just came in from Belgium, I think we're going to see Bernard get challenged a little bit.
Sure.
But it takes development. You've got to get used to it, especially with these F1s, because the caster, the camber, the suspension, everything is adjustable on these bikes. And that's going to change from track to track. There's a shot of Riolo right now on screen as they're going through the Omega at the top of the hill. Ugly, our leader, is already just lapped Bill Becker on the number 84 bike, the F2 bike. Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, you never like being a lapper. And here they come down around turn 6. They're going to come around the home stretch here for the last time and bring home that checkers. These guys really go out there and make it look easy, but like you were saying earlier, that passenger, he's getting a workout out there, and he's looking for that checkered flag by about now, yeah?
For sure. They earn their adult beverage, believe me. These guys, they work hard. They work hard. They do it. It looks smooth. Again, like you say, they make it look easy, but it's a lot of work.
Well, hey, the work is done. It's about time to start celebrating as the checkered flag comes out. Bernard Euclid and Kevin Kowski once again going to claim the win here in the Barnett Clutches and Cables sidecar, and trying to see exactly what who's going to get that final spot on the podium.
This should be.
Yeah, I believe we had Frank Riolo and Wendell Aguilar coming in second. We still have that battle on track for the final position on the podium here.
Where are they?
Here they are. They're coming around the home stretch right now.
Oh, it's going to be Steve Stull.
Stull made the pass stick, and there it is, going to claim the final spot on the podium here today.
Steve Stull and Michael McGovern. We got a repeat of the podium from yesterday.
It was a great race, great battle there in the middle of the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Celebrating and well-deserved. So taking a look now at your Barnett Clutches and Cables top 10 rundown here. It is going to be Bernard Euclid and Kevin Kowski grabbing the win once again, with Frank Riolo and Wendell Aguilar in the second place spot. Steve Stull and Michael McGovern are going to round out your podium, with Wade Boyd and Eric Lindauer just missing out on the podium. William Becker and Larry Campbell going to round out your top 5. Like we talked about, guys, not only is it fun to watch these races, but it's very fun to learn about the technology involved with these sidecars. We were able to give a little more in-depth look at what it takes to be able to run one of these sidecars.
But actually, in sidecar racing here with the BRL this weekend, there are 2 types of sidecars on the racetrack: Formula 2, Formula 1. Just looking at them, you can tell the difference. Rear-engined on Formula 1, space age, if you will, automotive style, almost high construction. The controls are basically the same as a motorcycle, just laid flat. You've got the brake on the right and the shift on the left. In this case, an electric shifter. That's allowed. Big, wide automotive tires. Very state-of-the-art construction for the Formula 1 bike. Formula 2, a little bit more like a motorcycle in that it's shorter. The engine, the driver sits over the engine. Again, like a motorcycle, just laid flat. Shift on the left, brake on the right. Then there is a brake on the sidecar wheel as well. It all is proportioned out. Now let's put the body on. Yeah, this is Bill Becker, the builder of the bike. builds in Apple Valley, California, and he builds road racing sidecars. He built this one, did all the paint, did all the body work, did the works. But as you can see, the driver is in a kneeling position with the passenger on the platform over here on a left-hand turn, putting that weight to the inside of the corner. On a right-hand turn, putting that weight to the inside of the corner. Teamwork, serious teamwork going on here with the driver and the passenger. We're thrilled to be here with the BRL this weekend, road racing sidecars. Come out and join us.
Man, that is absolutely incredible to see the technology that goes into that. And like Larry was saying earlier, these guys are pushing these machines to the absolute limits. Technology continuing to evolve in sidecar racing and being brought to the States over from the European side of things. So very excited to not only have sidecar racing involved with the BRL this weekend, but to see the future of sidecar racing hopefully continue with BRL and some of that technology to change. But we are going to knock a wheel off now and get ready to go racing with our Super Street and Pro Stock classes coming up next. And both of these classes have the only 2 undefeated riders left so far in the season. We talked about it yesterday at the beginning of the show. There were 3 riders, Ruben Zaus, Cody Gilmore, and Jake Masters, that were undefeated so far for the 2024 season. Well, unfortunately for Ruben, Lady Luck was not on his side yesterday. Cody Gilmore had arguably the closest race of the season, less than a bike length over Daniel Spina to grab a win yesterday and keep that undefeated streak alive. We were able to catch up with the 371 and talk to him about racing here at Willow Springs.
All right, we're here with Cody Gilmore, 374 in our Pro Stock Bagger class. Cody, you've had an impressive season this year, going undefeated in the Pro Stock class. You've really ran some impressive lap times all year long, including yesterday. But you had a little bit of a challenge yesterday from the 199 Danny Spina. Are you looking to see a little bit more battle from him today? And are you looking to also finish the season undefeated?
Yeah, I mean, kind of all the above. I'm looking to go undefeated. That'd be awesome. That's not the main goal today. The main goal is a championship, obviously. So that's I want to get Suburban HD a championship to bring home. So that's the main goal. But obviously, I want to go undefeated and win another race. And I'm out here to win races in this class. So that's definitely the plan to do it. So yesterday, Danny probably caught me a little bit by surprise. I wasn't expecting him to be that close and give me the run for my money. So I'm going to go out and practice here in a little bit and see if I can find a couple little better lines and see if I can maybe find a little bit of time and see if I can step it up a little bit today. So we'll see what happens. Either way, I'll be expecting him to be close again. I'll be expecting Arnie to step it up. Arnie always steps it up on Sunday. So I think we're going to have the work cut out for myself. But other than that, championship's the goal, and we'll see what happens. So should be a fun day. The weather's already better, so I'm looking forward to it.
Right on. Well, we look forward to seeing you out on the track with a great battle. We'll see you later this afternoon, and look forward to the battle. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
Cody Gilmore, always such a good interview, so positive and optimistic as well, and really cool relationship there between Cody Gilmore and his teammate Arnie Wells as well. Always guys are giving compliments back and forth to another, and Cody, like we talked about yesterday, coming from a motocross and supercross background, he is not scared of competition. He welcomes it, and so I bet he was probably pretty pumped up to see Daniel Spina that close yesterday. He gave him a big fist bump after they came across the line, but best believe when he puts that helmet on, he doesn't want anybody close to him. So excited to see what Cody's able to do. The other rider who is currently undefeated right now is the number 51 of Jake Masters. He had a pretty dominant performance yesterday in his class. We'll see if he's able to back it up again here today, but we were able to catch up with the 51.
All right, we're here with Jake Masters, the number 51 in our Barnett Clutches Super Street class points leader, and also undefeated on the season, Jake. It's been a joy watching you all season. You've gone undefeated. First year on the bagger. Tell us about your season, and are you looking to end the season undefeated?
Yeah, thank you. This Barnett Clutch Super Street season has been awesome. The bikes have been good. Obviously wasn't expecting too much on the first year on the bagger. I was just like, let's just show up and do what I can. But I honestly was a lot comfier than I thought. The bike's so awesome, so I've had a really, really good season, obviously going undefeated. Hopefully win the last race today, so that means I've done a full points sweep clean. And yeah, stoked. This is so awesome. I'm hoping to go up on another bike next year and keep the ball rolling.
I wanted to ask you that. Is your plans for next season to jump up to the Pro Stock class?
Yeah, I would love that. I'd love to go up a class and get a bit more power and some rear sets on this thing. It's, after having a ride of one, it was a lot more comfier. So, yeah, a lot to look forward to.
Right on. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there on the track. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
So Jake Masters feeling froggy, ready to go do battle here. I like that hat Jake was wearing, that little fuzzy hat. That's an impressive thing there. Doing a little bit of track work right now, making sure there is no debris out on the course before we get ready to throw the green flag for our Barnett clutches and cable Super Street bagger and our Pirelli Pro Stock bagger classes here in just a few minutes. Look at the crowd that we have on hands. Everybody wanting to see how the 2024 season is going to come to an end. So many opportunities for passes to be made, not only on the track, but in the points as well. Hey, this was the battle we were talking about from yesterday, an absolute drag race headed down to the line for the win. And this is between Clay Braun, who is rejoining the Bagger Racing League after coming back from injury, and Arnie Wells, an accomplished BRL racer in his own right. These guys went back and forth several times throughout the course of this race, I believe for the final podium spot. And ultimately, Arnie Wells would be able to cement himself in that number 3 position, but best believe Youngblood Clay probably going to be coming out swinging here today. I can't wait to see it. There is the 199 of Daniel Spina. Kind of caught everybody off guard, myself included, as he gave Cody Gilmore a run for his money. We're going to get a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back to BRL.
Coming into the front.
Bridgestone's reintroducing the Supermoto tires here in the United States and Canada. That's the BMO1 front and the RO2 rear. It's available in a 16.5 inch as well as a 17 inch configuration. Racing Battle Axe is a non-DOT tire, and we definitely recommend tire warmer. Time's the only thing in life that money can't buy, but you can buy Bridgestones.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Racer TV as we get ready to kick off the first of our bagger classes here for the season finale of the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. We've got our Barnett Clutches and Cable Super Street Bagger class, as well as our Pirelli Pro Stock Bagger getting ready to take to the track. Going to be exciting for sure as we get ready to get everybody gridded up for that class. We've got so many incredible sponsors that help make these races possible, but also help to continue to innovate the technology for the Bagger Racing League and the baggers in general. One of those is Flow Filters, and we were able to catch up with them, talk a little bit more in depth with our friend Tony Tucker and Flow Filters.
All right, we're here with JJ from Ultra Cool and Flow Filters. JJ, tell us a little bit about this oil filter you have in your hand.
Well, this has been a great honor. There's so many of these racers out here using them because they have to use them on these bikes. This is a technology that literally NASA developed. We didn't invent the technology, but it's a stainless steel oil filter that flows 7 times more oil than a traditional filter. It doesn't have a post down the center with holes like a normal filter does, and because that's not there, the entire surface area flows oil. And when these bikes are out here running 6,000, 7,000 RPM, this filter is filtering all the time. A traditional filter will bypass. It can allow so much particles pass that it can plug up piston jets, overheat pistons, and the bikes will blow up. The biggest challenge that I've seen with bagger racing, especially initially, most of the bikes race teams seem to have figured out. They had to figure out how to finish a race first. And these filters have been integral, and it's been an honor to see all these great race teams, these great riders, this exciting new sport running our product.
Right on, JJ. We thank you for your support here in the Bagger Racing League. And if you're looking to make an upgrade to your bike's oiling system, find your local drag dealer, get a hold of one of these flow filters. Thanks, JJ.
Thank you very much.
And that's a perfect example, like we talked about, the way the Bagger Racing League is continuing to push the limit of what these machines are capable of. You take a look there at the number 27, but just what JJ was talking about, the intensity, that the stress that these riders are putting the bikes under, for a lot, it's kind of a new territory for these machines. They're not necessarily originally built to be all-out racing machines, and so very cool to see that Flow Filters is able to take some incredible technology. I mean, technology that was developed by NASA, and be able to apply that to something like the Bagger Racing League. Tony, that's a really cool interview you got to do there.
Yeah, it's really great to see the evolution of the sport over the last 4 or 5 years, and all, I can attest to that as a dealer, drag specialties dealer at home in my shop. The evolution of these motorcycles and the parts that they're developing, and that I get to go home and sell these products to my customers. I just think it's really healthy for the sport and the American V-twin market in the country here. And so, yeah, it's been great to see companies like that coming out here, building products that make these bikes last through a race, and then that trickles over into how to make your motorcycle more reliable at home on the street.
Yeah, and it was cool to see how excited JJ was to be able to be a part of the series as well. Like we said, obviously, we have such an appreciation for all of the sponsors, whether it's filters, brakes, anybody involved with BRL and helping to make these racing possible. But it's also really cool to see these companies put value in this series and say that they also appreciate how many of the top racers are using their products.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, in my opinion, over the last 10 years, the Harley world has really needed an injection of, something new. I think that the culture and everything got a little stale, and I think that Bagger Racing League has really injected a new life into, everything surrounded around these bikes, and it's been awesome to be a part of it.
So seeing our Super Street and Pro Stock class on their warm-up lap. Tony, as a racer yourself, when you're making your way around the track right now, what are you looking at specifically? Obviously, coming from the off-road world of things, the course itself is always changing. How many things are really changing throughout the day on something like this? Are these riders looking for new lines, or are they really just trying to focus on getting those tires warmed up and getting into a racer's mindset?
Well, I think, in speaking about today specifically, we had a big oil down in turn 1 and going into turn 2 this morning. So I think that, today it's going to be like how to, safely and quickly navigate through turn 1 and turn 2. But yeah, these guys are always searching for speed. This sport's evolving very, very fast. So if you're not looking for speed, that you're really kind of going backwards.
Now you see on your screen right now that white line down the center of the course. That is essentially oil cleanup put on top of it to help absorb that oil and keep traction on the track. But Tony, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. While it does help and there is traction in it, it's still not quite as tacky as a full clean racetrack would be. So these riders having to adjust just a little bit and prepare for that.
Yeah, as we see all the crew members run off track here, we're going to see our race director, Warren, come off track with the red flag. We're about ready to see the green flag fly here in Pro Stock and Super Street.
So here we go, getting ready, cards up in the air. And we are green flag racing. Look at the jump from Daniel Spina, almost looping the bike out for a second, but he kept the power on and is still looking to be inside that top 3 as they head into turn number 1.
And as we would have suspected here, Cody Gilmore first into turn 1. I think that they're obviously trying to avoid that oil dry there, but Cody doing what Cody does, and he's going to try and get out and take an early lead.
Trying to see who that rider is in the 3rd place spot, possibly Tony Salima or maybe Clay Braun, it looked like, making their way through and making some quick moves towards the front.
Yeah, I can't quite tell yet. But yeah, we got Cody Gilmore, Daniel Spina, and that is the 951 of Clay Braun battling for 2nd place. Arnie Wells back there in 4th, and the rest of the pack following him up into the Omega there.
So Braun, like we talked about in our preview before we went to commercial break from yesterday's racing, Braun returning from injury, a fan favorite, absolutely loved by everybody here at the Bagger Racing League, and we're glad to have him back. But he's a racer at heart. He does not want to be anywhere but in that number one spot, and unfortunately was just shy of a podium finish yesterday as he had a battle royale with the rider behind him now, Arnie Wells.
Yeah, definitely. I talked to Clay this morning, and he was definitely, kind of down on himself with his results yesterday. He felt like he had a little bit more speed. He said he was going to go out this morning and try and be as aggressive as he could early, and it looks like he's doing just that. He's holding down that third position at the moment, but Arnie Wells not too far behind him as they come across the start-finish line.
Now, talking to Clay Braun, like we said, coming off of a pretty big injury, I believe got some metal in his hand as well. Tony, when you talked to him, did he say anything about feeling any of the effects of that injury? Looked like we almost might have had a pass from Arnie Wells there in the back of the screen. But did Braun say anything about how he was feeling physically?
He didn't mention too much. I think he was just more focused on his results from yesterday, and he felt like he had more speed than a fourth place finish. So I think he's trying to block out whatever he might be feeling physically and just focusing on trying to get faster today.
Well, I definitely think that's a good sign. Obviously, I don't see Clay as an excuse maker, but nonetheless, it was a pretty significant injury he was recovering from. So if he's not talking about it, good. I hope it's not affecting him at all. I want to see him at 100% doing battle right now.
Definitely. That's what we want to see. And obviously, Clay's a force to be reckoned with, and currently still showing in third place here on the screen and trying to do exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to be on the podium today.
Now, if you remember yesterday, Daniel Spina kind of in that second place spot, lost a little bit of time. As look at that might have been a pass right there from Arnie Wells for the third place spot. Pick it up right where they left off, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to heat up. I don't think Clay's going to like this. If I know anything about Clay, he's going to try and find another level or another gear, try and get back around Arnie and, see if he can make another pass on him. Danny's not too far off of Cody there as they come across the start-finish line.
That's what I was just about to say. Daniel yesterday kind of just hung a little bit behind Cody, and then it was like all of a sudden he found an extra gear with about a lap or two to go. Came up just short of being able to make the pass. And when I say just short, I'm talking maybe a tire length or so. So got to think he's got that speed, got to have some more confidence here today as well. The question is, will he be able to get the job done completely today?
Yeah, and I think as we watch through this next couple of sections here, this is where Clay really shines. He just seems to have a little bit more corner speed, as you can see him kind of inching up on Arnie here. This is Clay's part of the track, as he's going to pull up side by side with Arnie here going into turn 3.
Wow, look at that. An incredible drive out of that corner from Clay Braun and going to retake the third place position. We'll see what the response is from the 69 of Wells as they make their way through. Really getting low in that corner was Arnie Wells. It seems like both of these riders maybe have a strong section of the track where they're able to make up just a little bit of time. A true back and forth battle right now for the third place spot.
Definitely it is that. And this is, all these riders are out here. This is our final race of the series here this year, and all these guys want to end on a high note. And, going home with some hardware in your hand is definitely a good way to, capitalize on the end of your season.
Without a doubt, and especially you talk about somebody like Clay Braun who missed out on essentially the entirety of the season. He was one of the favorites as we were coming into round one. Obviously heard about the news of the injury. Everybody was bummed to hear it, and he was like, yeah, I'd like to get back and at least maybe do the last one. So I think he's not only got a point to prove as, hey, I want some hardware, but, hey, boys, this is what you missed out on. Look at what we were missing out on. What a pass from Arnie Wells, a drag race down the front stretch. Wells going to retake the third place position.
That was impressive there. Arnie kind of tucked in behind Clay, picked up maybe a little bit of slipstream there and just powered past him into the corner and going into turn one. That was really impressive. But here, we're right back into that section of the track that Clay shines at, so we'll see if Clay can capitalize on his favorite part of the track here.
Yeah, and it's kind of got to be tough as Braun tries to pull up alongside once again. Will he be able to remake the pass? Oh, they head into turn one, or turn almost side by side.
Yeah,
look at that. Arnie Wells shut him down.
Yeah, Arnie says, hey, you did this to me last lap. I know what you're going to do here. I'm going to shut the door this time and not let you in. Oh,
what a save there from Braun. That one could have been bad.
That could have been bad, but, hats off to Clay there. That was a great save. He was holding on. That thing kind of kicked left to right a couple of times there. We'll see if that upsets his mindset or if he can kind of focus and still try and drive and still try and bring home that third place.
Now, Tony, when you see something like that, what do you accredit that to? He was leaned down pretty hard, obviously hard on the throttle, just broke traction, or maybe not enough weight over the back end. What do you think that was?
Yeah, he definitely lost the rear tire. I see smoke in the distance there. Hopefully that's nothing. Oh, we see a replay here. Definitely Clay's going to lose the rear tire here. He's probably trying to apply power as he's leaned over. Not very much traction, and too much throttle will do that. Luckily, Clay was able to keep it on two wheels and keep moving forward. We got a halfway marker here.
So halfway, and probably taking a little sigh of relief is Arnie Wells, because that battle did not seem like it was going to be cooling down at all.
Yeah, we've kind of lost touch on what's going on with our leader, Cody Gilmore, and our second place runner, Daniel Spina. I think I talked to Danny earlier this morning, and he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, and wasn't quite sure, if he was even going to get out there today. He was, feeling ill overnight, and it looks like he's kind of putting that behind him and just still going out there and charging hard. Man,
that's much easier said to do, say-wise, than to actually do it, because especially as hard as these guys are pushing, anything, whether it's a headache, whether it's an achy shoulder, that all can kind of start to play little things when you're splitting hairs to be able to try to grab a win out here.
Definitely, as we see pick up on, let's see.
I believe that is Gilmore.
I think that is Gilmore. Yep, that's Cody. He's still got a pretty good lead over Danny, and sitting comfortable. I know Cody, when I talked to him earlier today, he was kind of focused on the championship. At first, he wanted to make sure he just finished the race. I see him looking down at the bike, and he's going to take a white flag. He's got one lap to go. Hopefully that bike holds on for one more lap. If so, he has an undefeated season and a championship belt in his hands.
Not wanting to back it down right now. Cody Gilmore on the brink of an undefeated season, but the 199 not giving up quite yet, still in that second place spot, not able to necessarily make a move, but any kind of mistake from Gilmore, and he's going to be right there to capitalize, is going to be the longest lap of Cody Gilmore's season.
For sure, I hope that there's nothing wrong. I saw Cody looking at the bike a little bit, so, man, that would be a terrible way to finish the season. Hopefully he can bring that home.
Yeah, got to wonder whether or not Cody maybe going to back it down just a little bit. Like we said, we saw that intensity right from the green flag. I think he knew he needed to get a little bit of distance between himself and the rest of the field, but now got to maybe be in a little bit of managing mode. Just says, hey, I don't have to beat him by a mile. I can beat him by a couple of bike lengths and still get this championship done.
Definitely, I think, priority number one for Cody is that championship, but I know he still wants to win this race and, be undefeated on the season. That's a pretty big thing to be able to say you went undefeated on that championship series.
And I'm telling you what, we've talked about it all season long, the progression of Cody Gilmore, the way he's adapted to these baggers, and to be able to bring that same kind of aggression from the off-road side of things to this has been incredibly impressive.
So here he comes across the finish line for the last time this year. First place, 374, Cody Gilmore goes undefeated on the season.
I don't know if I saw the checkered flag waiting. Trying to see Gilmore still looking like he's in race pace right now.
Still in race pace. I thought we saw white flag. I could be mistaken.
I know for a fact we saw white flag. Might have been a miscommunication down there at race control. And we say it all the time, Tony, we race to the checkered flag. So these riders doing a great job staying focused and continuing on, as it looks like, Gilmore going to have one more trip around.
Definitely. And, hats off. If Cody saw that white flag and, he's still charging and he didn't see the checkers, that's heads-up racing to know, hey, this race isn't over. Don't let off the throttle yet.
Well, and a lot of people, that they forget that the white flag is a courtesy flag. While, yes, it traditionally does mean one lap left to go as we see the riders making their way through turn 3. Sometimes there are miscommunications, mistakes happen, and so looking like now this should be the final lap. We should be expecting a checkered flag the next time around.
I think so, yeah, as we see Arnie Wells, or this is Cody Gilmore on screen, should be coming around turn 8 into turn 9 for the last time here, I think. Looks like there might be some miscommunication down there on the starting line, but I do believe we'll see checkered flag this go-around.
So here we go. One corner left to go. Going to open that machine up for the final time. He's looking for a checkered flag. He's looking for an undefeated season, and there it is. Cody Gilmore gets the job done and goes undefeated for the 2024 season.
Yeah, hats off to Cody on a great season. I know he's going to be stoked.
Little look over the shoulder. think he thought Danny was going to be a little closer.
Yeah, he thought Danny was going to be there, but Cody, you did Cody things and went out there and won by a mile again. Congratulations.
Man, the 374 absolutely dominating so far in 2024, and it's an impressive thing, responding to the pressure from yesterday. That's got to be a little unfamiliar for Cody as we get ready for our Alpine Star Rapid Replay. There you see, got to wonder whether or not the start from Daniel Spina would have been able to help him hook onto the back of the 374 a little bit better, but almost immediately as they exited turn number 1, Cody Gilmore started to open up a lead. Making their way here through turn 2, Clay Braun really looked like he wanted to be in the fight for this early in the race. You saw in those first couple of corners, thought he was going to try to make the pass for second place, but almost instantaneously after that, 1 and 2 start to break away, and then the back third place spot once again between Clay Braun and Arnie Wells. There you see one of several passes made. This is Arnie Wells up the inside, gets the pass made around Clay Braun. And we talked about it earlier. Clay not going to be happy about that. Here comes the drag race. Clay had retaken over the third place spot, and Arnie gets back around him once again in an all-out drag race. Down the front stretch, we saw Clay almost immediately try to get back by. Here it is. This section was really good for Clay Braun. Wasn't able to make it happen here. And then watch this next corner coming up. Braun pushing the envelope, leans hard on the 951, and just too much, almost goes for a ride, but is able to have a save there. And this is what we've been waiting for, the double checkered flags for Cody Gilmore, undefeated in the 2024 season. So let's give you a look at our Racer TV Top 10. It is Cody Gilmore grabbing the win for not only the day but the season as an undefeated champ. Daniel Spina in the second place spot. Once again, Arnie Wells, a hard-fought effort for that third place spot. Clay Braun going to be a little bummed on that one as he comes in fourth place, but man, that was an impressive performance from him. And then it looks like Jake Masters going to also complete the undefeated season out of that Pirelli Pro Stock class. He's going to come into the fifth place spot. Tony Salima, Tyler Elliott, Sean Hoffman, Carl Schlock, and Philip Doty, your top 10 here for the Super Street and Pro Stock Bagger classes. So one of the names that we had returning to the Bagger Racing League, a lot of buzz coming into this weekend here at Willow Springs. We had previous champs, previous winners. One of those is the number 13 of Corey West, and we were able to catch up with Corey a little bit earlier.
All right, it is final day here in the BRL. We're here with the number 13, Corey West, in front of this beautiful Pan America. Yesterday, Corey, you ran at a very impressive lap time in the liquid-cooled twins class. Tell us what you're expecting on today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much competition, but I'm still out there just pushing myself, seeing what I can get out of this Pan America. The first day practice, I think I was in the low 27s, and then in the race yesterday, I got down to a 25.3, so felt pretty good on the bike. Ended up catching some lappers there towards the end when I was pushing pretty hard, so I didn't want to do anything crazy and risk crashing the things. But, we'll throw some fresh Dunlops on it today and put my head down, see if I can get down in the 24s. I think that'd be pretty cool.
There we go. We're looking forward to seeing you out there today. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Now, we talk so much about how it's a family out here at Bagger Racing League. For Corey West and his family, racing is truly in the blood. We were able to not only talk to Corey, but we were able to catch up with the other family racer, Patricia, his wife.
All right, we are here with Patricia Fernandez West. Congratulations on the wedding.
Thank you.
A new mom.
Yep.
You assumed a new role within the team, kind of took a back seat, got off the bike. Tell us about that role change and how it feels to be in a new role.
Yeah, I definitely went on the management side of racing. Not the same as racing a bike, but it was what gave us the opportunity to start a family. So definitely itching to get back on a bike. Definitely see it from a different perspective. I think being on the management side, from being a racer, I can understand the racer's needs and wants, and also take care of the mechanics with timing and other stuff that we do. I'm happy to be here, help the team, be at the racetrack, but nothing beats throwing your leg over one of these machines. So hopefully you'll be able to get back to it at one point in time.
I was going to ask, do you have intentions of getting back on the bike at any point?
Yes, but it'll depend. Like, my heart wants to be on it right now. I just got clear to start working out and stuff like that. Definitely a lot of challenges. You know, first-time mom, so didn't know what to expect. Been an athlete my whole life, so me, I'm never used to slowing down. You know, no pun intended with the motorcycles. I don't like slowing down, but definitely going to get back into it hopefully this winter. Take my time, see what goes on, and I don't know, maybe you'll see me on the grid next year.
We really hope so. It's really great to see you and Corey back here in the pits here in the BRL. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
And I think it's a good point that Patricia brings up as far as the ability to be maybe a little bit better of a manager if you have been in the racer's shoes. If you've been under the helmet, you know what they need. You know how to go throughout the day as we get ready for our liquid-cooled and air-cooled classes. Another rider, and looks like, okay, doing a little shuffling around on the grid. Wasn't quite sure what we were seeing there. So going to have everybody locked and loaded here for this liquid-cooled and air-cooled twins classes. But, Tony, I mean, as a racer yourself, I think having some race experience helps in a lot of different things, whether it's a commentator. But I can definitely see what Patricia's saying as far as the way she's able to help the team a little bit more, knowing kind of a racer's needs.
Yeah, I think, you know, being in a management role, whether it's a race team or a big corporation, if you've done the thing that you're trying to manage, you're going to be able to do that a little bit better and understand what you need to do for your riders or employees or whatever it might be. So, yeah, she's got that rider experience as we see the card up and green flag racing. But it was a great conversation with Patricia. I just want to end on that, and it's great to hear her side of the story there.
And a huge congratulations to her and Corey both on the wedding and the new baby. Very exciting stuff to be able to maybe have another West racer coming up through the ranks. You never know. But right now, Dad is trying to check out early as the 13 of Corey West grabs the early race lead with Vincent Wilson sitting in the second place spot. Vincent grabbing a little more experience out here in this liquid-cooled and air-cooled twins class.
Definitely, you know, Corey West, I just wanted to touch on real quick. I mean, he ran probably the best lap of the day yesterday. He ran a 125. He looked today like he wanted to try and capitalize and get a little bit faster. But, yeah, the second place runner right now, Vincent Wilson. I talked to him earlier today, and he's new to the BRL. He's here all the way from Canada. You know, he's a younger kid. He's only been racing for about 2 years. You know, Robbie and Justin at Alloy Art had kind of went out and did some talent scouting, and they found Vincent and they invited him out to come and ride their Pan America. And this kid is just loving what's going on out here, and he's excited to be a part of the BRL, and he wants to get ready to fight for championships next season. So we'll see what Vincent can do, see if he can learn a little bit from Corey here.
Man, how cool is that? We talk about the not only national reach, but now starting to go globally with Bagger Racing League. And got to wonder if maybe some of the buzz, BRL going up north of the border, racing in Canada, Sam Guerin having some success down here as well, doesn't start to pique the interest of riders from other countries and other parts of the world.
Yeah, as we see Corey West come across the start-finish line, Corey just ran a 128 from a stop. And so that's pretty impressive. We'll see, you know, his main goal was trying to improve on that 125 from yesterday. And hopefully Vincent can learn a little bit from Corey, because Corey has obviously got that Pan America figured out and running some impressive lap times.
Yeah, and that was a cool thing that Corey touched on in his interview. He said, you know, I was able to get out front, kind of break away to where I didn't have any immediate competition behind me, but he didn't stop pushing. These guys, I consider you in this group as well, Tony. You guys, you compete against yourself as much as anybody else.
Yeah, Corey's, you know, kind of the ultimate professional. Yeah, he might not have anybody chasing him right now, but he's still kind of chasing speed, looking for better lines, looking for horsepower, looking for skills, whatever it is, always searching for seconds out here, you know, and the difference between a couple of seconds of lap time is a big deal in road racing. So, yeah, if he can find a second a lap, that's a pretty impressive feat.
Man, West absolutely flying down that last camera shot, getting ready to head. I believe this is turn 9. Going to open it back up down the front straightaway. All right, Tony, I'm putting you on the spot. What do you think the lap time is going to be?
Well, we'll see here. I got the timing and scoring up in front of me here. Comes across here. Wow, 124.988. Goes faster than yesterday. He'll be happy with that. That's impressive laps. That'll probably be the fastest lap we see today, unless he goes even quicker here in the rest of the race.
Man, that is incredible. Dropping it down to a 124. And this guy just continues to And one of the things that I think is interesting, you talk about maybe looking for a little bit better lines. It's a matter of inches to the left and to the right sometimes with these guys. And it's so cool to see the finite details that they're able to pick up on while going well over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, part of being the ultimate professional for Corey is he's able to, take the information he's feeling on track, go back to the team and try and communicate to his mechanics and technicians. And say, hey, I'm feeling this, I'm feeling that. What can we do to make it better? And that's all part of racing, is that team communication. And obviously these guys are doing that very well. So as we look back further in the pack here, we're still on Corey West here. Vincent Wilson still in tow, but he's got a pretty good lead over him.
Yeah, Vincent Wilson, a little bit in no man's land of his own, and doesn't have anybody right in front of him or right behind. And got to think the confidence, even just since yesterday, has been growing. Would love to know how the Alloy R team was feeling about that performance that he had yesterday. Can't help but think they've got to be super satisfied, especially considering they're still just in the process of trying to grow this young man. And so this is a battle right now, though. Look at this, side by side for the third place spot. Let's see who these riders are. I believe that's possibly the 108 of Gilbert Conde, and trying to see the other rider, maybe
I believe that's the 718 of Jake McGuire there.
That's exactly who I was thinking. And so these guys going at it. Look at this. Still just a few bike lengths apart.
Yeah, this is a great battle. I think that this is a battle for third in the race. But these guys are racing in two different classes. This was a liquid-cooled bike versus an air-cooled bike. So Jake McGuire actually holding down first place in his respective class, but these two are battling each other. They don't care what the other one's riding. They want to be in front of each other.
Hey, it's just like we said yesterday. If there's a motorcycle in front of you, you want to be in front of it. That's just the way it is with racers.
Definitely. And Jake leading them around turn 2, as Gilbert's going to try and take the long way around and see if he can capitalize that. That's going to set him up for the inside going into turn 3 here.
So look at this. Once again, pulls up alongside and going to retake the pass. So Gilbert Conde making it happen as they move up into turn 3.
Definitely. This is probably the closest battle we have on track currently, so this we'll stay on this for just a few minutes, see if Jake can kind of get back. This is up at the top of the hill where we saw Clay earlier get on the power a little too early, a little too aggressive. Looks like Jake manages to get through there okay.
And I got to say, obviously we've got amazing racers, great machines underneath them, but man, how about this Willow Springs International Raceway course? I mean, a course that needs no introduction, obviously the first and oldest purpose-built raceway course in the country, but man, I mean, I just feel like it helps us create some tight racing. These are some of the best battles we've seen all year long.
Yeah, definitely. And everybody that I talk to, they're just really excited to be here at Willow Springs. The stories, the histories, the racers that have spun laps around this place, and a lot of these guys are just honored and are just loving being here at this raceway.
Yeah, this is a famous track for a multitude of reasons. So many champions, so many different disciplines of racing. Any of our movie buffs out there, if you've ever watched the movie Ford versus Ferrari, a lot of those scenes were actually filmed right here at Willow Springs. So this raceway is a movie star of its very own.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, Gilbert looks like he has stretched out a little bit of a lead over Jake McGuire here. I do think we got a three-way battle brewing kind of a little bit further back behind these guys, if we can maybe take a look and see what's going on behind them as well.
So we're going to hold this camera shot here. There goes Gilbert checking his way through. Then Jake McGuire. We'll see if we can drop back and take a look at maybe another close battle on track. Beautiful live drone shot here as that rider makes their way down the front straightaway once again.
I believe that's still Corey West on screen there as we pan back. Here is the 718 of Jake McGuire. Corey still with the commanding lead out front, and Jake trying to stay in tow with who was it he was chasing? Gilbert Conde. I'm sorry about that.
And here is that battle you were talking about, Tony. Look at that, 3 riders, same corner at the same time. This is going to be a fun one. Couldn't quite see what that number plate was on the front runner, but man, he's got a rear view mirror full of some competition right now.
Yeah, I do believe that rider there in the front of that three-way battle is Brandon Quaid. Brandon had a little get-off yesterday. He was a little bit sore and banged up, and looks like he's back out there battling it up with these guys. I'm not quite sure who's chasing him down, but they are hot on his tail.
Man, and that rider in the middle is trying to make a pass while trying not to get past, and that is a tough spot to be. And looks like that may be your leader trying to make their way around.
Yeah, this is we're starting to get into lap traffic, it looks like here.
So Corey talks about it in his interviews. To call up to a few lap riders, does not want to throw anything away, so going to stay patient. Back to that true professionalism you were talking about, Tony, and waiting for a safe opportunity to find his way around. And there you see Corey West doing exactly what he needs to do and bringing out the white flag as he does it. So 1 lap to go for the Lucky 13 of Corey West right now.
Yeah, I just saw on the timing and scoring app here, Corey actually did improve on that previous lap time. He went 1:24.5, so he found another half a second over that previous lap. So hats off to Corey, just keeping his head down and finding more and more speed, even though he's out there right now kind of just racing himself and racing the clock at the moment.
Just when you think the guy can't get any quicker, he goes and shaves off a few more tenths. It's just incredible to see picking up that front wheel on a consistent basis. A little look over to the camera there. I think he's waving to the fans here at Racer TV. Yeah. Having a good time for sure.
Starting to celebrate. This is the white flag lap. We'll see checkers the next time around. And, yeah, Corey feeling good about his day, feeling good about the motorcycle. Wheeling up the hill just shows that him and that motorcycle are working well together.
And we talked, going back to what Larry Coleman was saying even with the sidecar as far as the teamwork and how well the rider and the passenger have to work together. It kind of goes the same way here on the two-wheel side of things. The bike and the rider, they have to be gelling. They have to work with each other. You can't be fighting the bike the whole time and be running incredible lap times like we're seeing for the 13. But not another lap left for him as he's on the back wheel. He's got a checkered flag in sight, waving to the fans, and it will be Corey West with a 1-1 on the weekend and grabbing the win here today in dominating fashion once again, improving on his best lap time from yesterday. I believe 2 to 3 laps out of that. This race right here was faster than his best race yesterday. Look at that. He's waving to you here, folks, on Racer TV. Glad to have you watching. So we'll see as we get ready for our Alpine Star Rapid replay. West with an incredible drive. Picks the front end up, but just a few inches. Never lost that forward momentum. Vincent Wilson got a great jump, but did kind of pop that front end up a little bit. So maybe a good opportunity for him to take some notes from 13, figure out exactly how he was able to get such an impressive start. I do believe that it was the 718 of McGuire that was in the third place spot right off of the jump. And we know that he got into a battle of his own with Gilbert Conde, but man, it did not take long for the number 13 to push himself to well over a straightaway ahead of the rest of the competition. This is that battle for third place we were talking about between the 108 and the 718. Gilbert Conde makes the pass, but for how long as the 718 of McGuire takes the long way around and reclaims the third place position. There you see Brandon Quaid in a battle of his own with a couple 2 to 3 riders, and then at the same time they were getting ready to get put a lap down from Corey West. So a lot going on there, but for this guy it is all simple. Keep the throttle on and take the win here in our liquid cooled and air cooled twins classes, brought to you by our friends over at DP Brakes. Let's take a look at that top 10. Corey West grabbing the win. Vincent Wilson, Gilbert Conde, and Jake McGuire, as well as Joseph Gale, your top 5, with Brian Wamick and Brent, Ed Milch, and Gary Thompson out there on course. So an impressive performance from all of those guys. And Quaid looked like maybe lost a couple of spots on that last lap, but got to be overall satisfied with that ride. And take a look at this. Feeling good, looking good, and getting ready to go racing in our lightweight Superbike, next-gen Superbike, a ATU and open 2-stroke classes, getting ready to take to the course.
Yeah, almost looks like Kenny Roberts out here on the grid. Kind of a flashback. The old yellow and white, black Yamahas. It's a good-looking motorcycle.
Got the matching kit and everything. He's looking good.
Well, I like to say if you don't look good, you can't go fast.
I think it's a proven fact. I think it adds horsepower when you're looking good, no matter what kind of bike you're on. So glad we're on the same page with that one, Tony. As you see the fans all hanging out, waving to their favorite riders as they make their way through. And Tony, we got to talk about that as we're getting ready to get our bikes on track. Man, the experience at a Bagger Racing League event in person is not something that can even really be described in words. It's a true immersive experience. You get to hang out with some of your favorite riders. They're hanging in the pits. They're signing autographs, taking pictures. We've got live music, great food vendors available. It really is something worth checking out if we've got a BRL stop near you.
It is definitely worth, checking out. I think one of the biggest things that people don't realize watching it on, on TV or on YouTube or Racer TV, wherever they're tuning in, is the sounds and the smells. You just can't, replicate that. If you've ever been to an NHRA event or NASCAR, you know what we're talking about here. And when you come out here and you hear these Harleys roaring down the front stretch, it's just an experience like no other. And if you haven't come out, please look up, find the nearest race to you, and come check it out and hang out in the pits with us.
Yeah, without a doubt, I couldn't have said it better myself, you guys. If you're not already, make sure that you're following us at Bagger Racing League on all social medias. And we're going to get excited for our next class coming up, our lightweight Superbike, next-gen Superbike, as well as that Zippers American Twins Unlimited class. We've got a battle going on in that class for the championship, as we see our riders on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, these guys coming out, taking their siding lap, warm-up lap, kind of getting loose, kind of shake the cobwebs off. I think we're going to see, we see the number 11 there, Vincent Wilson. This is going to be back-to-back races for him. I think we'll have a couple of other back-to-back races on those liquid-cooled bikes running in our ATU class as well. And so we'll see if that endurance fitness factor comes into play here later in this race for these guys running back-to-back races.
Riders getting warmed up, getting the bodies warmed up, getting the bikes warmed up as well. Kind of locking into that racer mentality. And that may be an advantage for the number 11 who you're seeing on screen right now, Vincent Wilson, fresh off the track and right back to the line. So people talk about it a lot, Tony, and I think it's kind of a split opinion. Some people say, oh man, well, you're going to be a little more exhausted, you're going to be tired. But some other people say, you're warmed up, you're a little bit looser, the mind's already accustomed to those speeds and that race format, if you will. I think it can be seen as an advantage if you're in the right headspace for the number 11.
Well, I think it's an advantage just like that. You're in the right headspace, you're in the zone, the adrenaline's up, but the fitness has got to back it up. If you don't got the fitness, it's not going to be an advantage. If you go out there and you get halfway through this second race and you're just gassed, it's no longer an advantage, and you're gonna tire out, you're gonna get lazy, you're gonna miss your marks, miss the lines, and you're gonna lose speed. So you got to have, it is good, you're in the headspace, but you got to have the fitness to back it up.
Well, and you bring up a great point. You talk about having to be so mentally sharp when you're out there at these speeds that these riders are running. When you do start to get a little physically tired, it takes a mental toll on you as well. The reaction time maybe not quite as quick. You're not able to think quite as clearly. So these riders obviously know how to get the job done on the motorcycle, but they got to be doing some work off the bike as well.
For sure, yeah. You got to get in the gym, get on the bicycle, get the cardio in. You got to be ready to go out there and charge. I mean, if you've never raced a motorcycle of any discipline, on road, off road, whatever, it's kind of hard to understand the physicality of what's going on out there fighting these motorcycles, the G forces and everything that you're dealing with out there. It is very physically demanding. So we have a few riders. We're just waiting to come up on the grid here. We got Carl just joining the field here, and looks like we're going to get ready to go green flag racing here really soon.
So here we go, race director getting ready to make their way off the course. Riders making those last second preparations, couple of deep breaths. And here we go, car getting ready to come up. And we are green flag racing.
Wow, Carl coming from the back row there. He's going to try and go into the corner first here. Looks like it might be Vincent Wilson who's got the jump though.
Wilson immediately opens up several bike lanes as they exit turn one, but yeah, what a start from the number 8 of Carl Schlag, and that has kind of been Carl's MO. The guy is a rocket ship off the line.
He's definitely doing that gate drop, supercross, motocross background, getting the jump on the line and getting the power to the ground. And, he is a start master. So we'll see if that plays out for him as, he's racing some bikes that are a lot lighter and a little more horsepower than him, but a good start definitely helps him.
Taking a look, it does look like that's possibly the 108 of Condi, who's also right back out on course. So a couple of these riders good and warmed up. As you see a little look over there from Schlack, as one of those riders is able to get around him.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vincent here, just kind of touching on Vincent again. We talked about him in our last race in the liquid cooled twins class, coming out of Canada. He's actually an endurance racing champion. He's a lightweight superbike champion in Canada. Obviously, his fitness has got to be pretty good. I don't think that's going to be a factor for his back-to-back race here, as it looks like Carl's already kind of faded back towards the back of the pack here, but a great start nonetheless.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think partially it's got to do with, like you said, some of these bikes a little more nimble, a little lighter, and able to maneuver around just a little bit more than what the number 8 is, because the guy's clearly got the speed, especially right off the jump. As we zoom back in on the number 11 of Vincent Wilson in that number 1 spot, and he's checked out already. You just saw a glimpse of second place. I believe it's the 108 in the number 2 spot, but right now, it's smooth sailing out front for the 11 of Vincent Wilson.
Definitely. Looks like Vincent's got a commanding lead there. And I believe that's 108 of Gilbert Condi coming up in second. And the 74 of Frank Zinderman on that beautiful KTM bike that he has brought out here. That's a race prep KTM. It was not a street legal motorcycle ever in its life. It was built for one thing, and that is to go road racing.
An impressive performance. And yeah, that thing looks good too, doesn't it? The 74 of Cinderman looking good. There is the 911 of Jamie Hansen. Jamie's caught up in a couple of battles yesterday as well. And it just shows that the level of competition is raising as well, because Jamie frequently up towards the front end of the field, now just battling for podium positions.
Yeah, Jamie becoming a BRL regular. He's been with us all season long. We've talked about him a lot. He's been up at the front in a lot of big battles. And we can see Jamie kind of trying to chase down the 74 of Cinderman there. And, yeah, Jamie's no stranger to the podium.
So Jamie right now kind of hanging behind Cinderman. We're going to try to figure out exactly where the 74's gaining on him. A little bit of a yo-yo as far as that gap goes between the two of them, as Hansen tries to get a great drive down this front stretch.
So, yeah, it looks as though, well, here we are with Cinderman and Jamie Hansen coming down the front stretch. Looks like Cinderman's got some horsepower there over Jamie's SV650. So right here we see the 108 of Gilbert Condi, and that bike actually has a big yellow number 1 on it, but that the motorcycle's actual number is 90. It's kind of a tribute bike. It's actually a very beautiful VFR 750. I looked at it in the pits earlier today. It's a gorgeous bike, a retro classic superbike, and a really kind of a throwback to those 80s, early 90s Hondas. And he's out here just keeping that thing tuned in and competitive still.
Yeah, so Condi and Galvin rounding out your top 3 there. You get a great shot of the number 1 on the bike, the 90 on the leathers of Darren Galvin, hanging tough and putting some pressure on the 108 right now.
Yeah, as we cut back to Vincent here, the number 11 bike, looks like he's running some good laps. I think he might have actually ran a little quicker here than he did earlier in the previous round. He's currently, his best lap as of right now is a 1:30.1. I think he'd probably love to see himself click into the 129s if possible, as he's going to cross the start-finish line here. We'll see if he can do it this go-around. Ooh, just barely off the mark, a 1:30.0. So very impressive times from Vincent. This is the first time out on this Pan America. He's actually come off of, he's been racing the Twins Cup in Canada. He's been racing some 400cc motorcycles. So jumping onto this Pan America has got to be a big adjustment and a big transition onto a big heavyweight Harley-Davidson motorcycle.
Well, and not only is he showing some speed, but he's got the consistency as well. Like you said, 2 laps within the 130s, really able to hit his marks. I mean, obviously the guy's an accomplished rider in multiple different disciplines, but, man, he is really looking solid here in the BRL debut.
Consistent is what I'm seeing from Vincent. It looks like he is hitting all the markers and the lines all, every lap here. You hit the nail on the head there, Zach, with consistency. And that, with the first time watching Vincent race, that's what I'm seeing is a very consistent rider. And, consistent things you know, I mean, consistency brings race wins and championships. We all know that. You know, you don't got to be out there and be blistering fast all the time. You just got to be consistent. You got to be there all season, and it looks like Vincent can be that guy. So I'm excited to see what he can bring to us in 2025.
Yeah, without a doubt. And to have such a good team around him as well, the Alloy Art guys, obviously a lot of wisdom there as well. We talk about, you know, it's a mental game as much as anything else, and I'm sure they're telling Vincent, you know, there's a lot of positives to take away from this. We need to improve on this, consistency on that, but nonetheless, being able to have a group of people to maybe give advice to bounce ideas off of, that's a huge advantage as well.
For sure. You know, the Alloy Art guys, I mean, I call them the hardest working guys in the pits. You know, they've overcome so much adversity with their program. I mean, they never give up. Their heads are always down, working, charging forward, you know, and looking for speed and rebuilding. And they really are a great team. And I think that their relationship with Vincent is going to be a good one. And I look forward to seeing what they could do in the future.
Well, right now, before we get to the future, we got to get through the present as Vincent Wilson trying to make it all the way to the checkered flag. Just got past the halfway mark, as still showing Gilbert Conde and Darren Galvin, your top three, with Sinderman and Hansen rounding out the top five. Beautiful shot here from our live drone operator. Just shows, I feel like this is it's such a cool angle to be able to bring to the world of BRL, because it really shows how much they're moving left to right. And so shows the variety in line opportunities.
For sure. The drone shots, I think, are great. They really give you an overview and the scale. And, you know, this 2.5 mile raceway here. It's a long ways around, but a very fast track. You know, but it gives a good perspective of what these riders are seeing out on track here.
So back down the front stretch once again. Vincent Wilson. Another lap in the books.
Looks like Vincent might be starting to get into some lap traffic here. Vincent really right now has kind of checked out. He's just racing the clock and makes his way around that lapper on that Kenny Roberts throwback bike. And looks like Vincent's still charging forward. Still sitting at his best lap, still at a 1:30.0. So we'll see if he can improve on that. He's got a couple more laps to go here in this race.
Makes his way around the lap traffic, and yet again, another thing that you have to learn is, if you're a top rider and you're carrying more speed than some of the other riders on course, you've got to be able to not only when you get to them figure out a way around them, but you've almost got to know what you're going to do, if that makes sense. Almost predict the future, know where the rider that's in front of you is going to go, and know that you're probably catching them at a higher rate of speed. So once again, it just goes to show that the race intelligence is very high for Vincent Wilson, as he got around that lapper clean. He's got clear racetrack now.
Yeah,
I believe he'll be looking for a white flag the next time he comes around. Just saw a glimpse of Gilbert Conde at the top of the screen as we panned over here with Vincent. So Gilbert's still running a solid race right now in the second place spot.
Yeah, and at the top of the screen here, we see that Jamie Hansen took over Frank Sinderman. I saw them come across the starting line, and Hansen did have probably about a 4-bike lead over Sinderman, so it looks like Jamie got it. There is the white flag for Vincent Wilson.
So 1 to go for the 11. Conde going to try to bring home a second on the day. And Darren Galvin quietly sitting there in that third place spot, going to try to round out our podium. Jamie Hansen, and we talk about making passes and stuff like that. We've seen some back and forths already, but at the end of the day, you got to make the pass stick by the time you get to the checkered flag. So Jamie, good job as far as kind of looked like he dropped back just a little bit, regrouped, figured out a game plan, and was able to execute when it mattered most. We'll see if he's able to bring home that fourth place spot.
Definitely. We've seen Jamie racing all season long, and he's a veteran. And he understands what's going on out there. He's got great racecraft and understands what's going on within the race, where he sits in, what position he's in, who's behind him, and what he needs to do to kind of, protect that position. It looks like he's doing just that.
So back down the hill they go once again. Vincent Wilson trying to grab another win. Look at the speed. I love those shots where we're panning with the bike, because it really allows everybody here on RacerTV.com to see just how fast these guys are going. So the camera doesn't do it justice, whether it's a hillside at GNCC or the speed that we're carrying here at BRL. He's got the speed, he's got the skill, and it's just about time. He's got the win. Vincent Wilson gets the job done here at the season finale.
Yeah, congratulations to Vincent. He should be very proud of his weekend coming out here. The Yellow Art Boys reached out on Monday. He jumped on a plane, came down, he took the call, and jumped on the bike and made the best of it. And a 1-1 on the weekend here in the HEU class is something to be proud of. So hats off to those guys.
Taking a look at this, we got a 3-rider battle headed to the line. Not sure that all of these riders are on the lead lap, but
I believe the 3 on the Kenny Roberts throwback was being lapped. It looks like Gilbert Condi and Darren Govan on that VFR 750 drag racing to the finish line there, and it looks like Gilbert's going to bring it home.
Man, Govan was right there, and maybe another lap. We could have seen a pass for the second place spot, but
yeah,
the
definitely.
108 of Gilbert Condi able to hang on for the second place spot with Darren Galvin rounding out the top 3. We take a look at the Alpine Stars rapid replay. Look at the jump once again. I cannot stress how impressive it is each and every round. Carl Schlack, an absolute rocket ship off the line, but Vincent Wilson able to outbreak him headed into turn 1, and that was pretty much the last of the field being able to see the number 11 because he started to immediately open that gap up. There you see the 74 of Frank Sinderman on that beautiful KTM making his way around. And then the battle for the podium right here, the 108, as well as the number 1 on the bike, number 90 on the leathers, Gilbert Condi and Darren Galvin. They had quite the battle, but up front, no battling, no worries. Vincent Wilson grabbing the win, came down to the wire for second place, but the 108 will hang on. Gilbert Condi gets the job done, a fist in the air, and the number 90 going to round out your top 3. Let's take a look here at your Racer TV rundown. Vincent Wilson, Gilbert Condi, Darren Galvin, Jamie Hansen, and Frank Sinderman, your top 5 here in the American Twins Unlimited Lightweight Superbike, Next Gen Superbike, and 2-stroke open class. Here from Willow Springs International Raceway. Man, Tony, I'm telling you what, I know it's the season finale, and we always talk about the potential for great racing, but man, how cool has it been for the final weekend of BRL in 2024 that we have had some of the closest racing we've seen all year long.
Yeah, this is a great way to end our season here. I think, we got even some more exciting racing coming up next with our classic Superbikes and obviously the star of the show, the Bagger GP guys. But yeah, this has just been an awesome day of racing, some really great battles, and a great way to end our season here in the BRL.
Without a doubt. Well, with the racing, we've got a few more classes to go, but first, we're going to get a word from our sponsors as we get ready. Show you a little bit of what we've had so far today. Some great racing, close battles for podiums, for top 5s, and for wins. Whoa, some great saves as well from Clay Braun. We'll hear from our sponsors, and we'll be back to the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the season finale for the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers season. We're glad to have you here live on Racer TV from Willow Springs International Raceway here in Rosamond, California, a legendary race course for a legendary series here for the 24 BRL season. Coming up next, we've seen some of the present, some new technology coming in, even in our sidecar class, but I'm a fan of the classics, and we've got our classic Superbike coming up next. We've got our very own commentator. Let's see, who are we sitting down with? We've got one of our classic Superbike riders sitting down, and we were able to talk to him about the race today.
It's not just about baggers this weekend. We're here with
Darren Govin.
And you're riding two vintage.
Right. So the first one over here is a 1981 CB900, and that is going to run in Classic Superbike. And then this bike here is a 1986 VFR 750, and that's going to run in Next Gen. So we're glad to be able to be a part of this, the bagger stuff. So
you know what comes to mind sitting here looking at these bikes is Bubba Schobert. His name pops right in.
This is actually a tribute to Bubba Schobert, right? Back in remember he ran the Grand National championship. They kind of did it for a year in 1987, and he did win that. So this is actually a very homage to Bubba Schobert. So and I'm running the 43 as an homage to Mike Baldwin. So so I'm an old fan from back in the day. So I like to keep their legacies alive.
So it's not just about baggers. It's about you can come out and run vintage Superbike. Relive some memories. Now, did you race when you were younger?
Yeah, actually, I did not. My dad, my dad raced motocross, and I grew up racing or going to races with my dad. So when I kind of started racing or going, these are the bikes that we saw. So this brings back all those memories, for my dad. And we were at Daytona for the Vintage Day, and they were bringing these super bikes out, and I said, Dad, I got to do this, right? So money was tight back in the day, so. But it was, it's been a lifelong dream, and we just, we call ourselves like Civil War reenactors or revolutionary. Because we have our suits that we pretend we dress up like them, and we pretend to be them, and it's a lot of fun. The group that we have is a bunch of older guys. We just love talk shenanigans. Just have a good time, right? And oh, by the way, we race a little bit too. So.
I love it. Relive memories. Come out to Bagger Racing League. It ain't all about baggers, folks. It's about reliving memories, making new memories from old memories. We're really glad you're out here. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Man, awesome interview there. And Larry hit the nail on the head. It's not just about baggers here at the Bagger Racing League, introducing those metric class for the 24 season, and now got some sidecar racing as well. But right now it is all classic super bikes as we go racing. Tony, Larry back in the studio, and it's the number 10 back out front.
Yeah, Mark Miller. I fully expect Mark Miller to run away with this class like he did yesterday. A lot of experience there. AFM, AMA. I think I saw Mark out here at AMA Nationals, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's run the Isle of Man, Macau. He's a very experienced racer, and he walked away with this class yesterday.
Yeah, Mark kind of put on a clinic. He was out there having a good time. He was on the top step of the podium in our Classic Superbike class yesterday. That's such a beautiful motorcycle. I got a close look at it in Winter Circle yesterday. I mean, a beautiful chromoly frame, really trick motor, really a cool motorcycle.
Yeah, he's been doing it a long time, so I would expect him to have the best of the best. And it's interesting. This class is interesting. Not only is it a nostalgia class, but if you think about we're here for Bagger Racing League. So if you're an enthusiast, you come out and you want to go carve some candy with your baggers, you go to you go to your dealer, and you go to the Drag Specialties book, and you buy all those trick parts, and you pick. That's what we did with these. They weren't super bikes then. You go to the showroom floor in the 70s and 80s, you buy your Eddie Lawson replica or your Honda, like the Honda guy, Bubba Schobert and Mike Baldwin, or you buy your Yamaha like Kenny Rock. And what did you do? You opened the Parts Unlimited book and got all your speed. So in reality, the question in the motorcycle industry is always, well, gee, I wonder what's going to be the next thing. Well, this was the thing, your Superbike in the 70s and 80s. Today, what have we got? Baggers. And the BRL is on top of being the thing.
So the evolution of these motorcycles in the 80s is kind of what we're seeing the evolution of in the baggers today. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly right.
Okay.
Exactly right.
Yeah, and maybe in another 20, 30 years we'll be seeing old guys, maybe myself out here trying to relive memories and bringing these old baggers out and racing them again.
Exactly right. And there'll be a featured class, and who knows what the next thing will be.
Yeah.
But these are great bikes. I was, thinking last night, this racetrack is where Kevin Schwantz was more or less discovered. Yoshimura was doing a track day here.
Okay.
And riders, they had invited several riders, and John Ulrich, who was at the time the editor of Soccer World magazine, went to Yoshimura and said, you want to try this Schwantz kid? You want to put him on it? Because he wasn't scheduled, and they got him out here, and they put him on the bike, and the rest is history, including his 1991 World Championship.
Yeah, it's great stuff, and I think, keeping that history and the legacy alive, like Darren was alluding to in the interview beforehand, and as we see Darren out here battling with Ed Hazer,
right.
Keeping the legacy and the history alive and, carrying that forward is an important part of our sport. I love seeing it. These guys got in a great battle for second place here on track as they come across the home stretch here.
Absolutely. And Ed, I talked to him yesterday, and he races regularly with AFM here in California.
Okay.
So the battle heads into turn number 1 once again. Sprint out just a little bit towards the backside of that straightaway. And it's the 45 and the 43 going at it right now. Ed Heiser, we got to talk with him a little bit yesterday, and man, really doing a great job right now defending the pressure. And look at this, a pass up the inside. Drives it hard into the corner, still able to stay low inside that corner. A great pass there from the 43.
Yeah, this is a great battle between two very capable motorcycles. I think this is the KZ1000 that Ed's on.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Larry. Darren is on a CB 700.
CB 700 or 750.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ed's probably got a little bit of horsepower, but obviously Darren has maybe got a little better handling or a little more skill, but able to make that pass on that 1000cc Kawasaki.
And this is a classic Honda Kawasaki battle. I mean, right back to the old Superbike days.
Never gets old.
No, absolutely not. And so many of our world champions started in this class. I mean, Wayne Rainey, Bubba Schobert, Scott Russell. I mean, they all participated in this in the classic. Well, they weren't classic then, in the Superbike class, which. Steve McLaughlin took to Europe and promoted it and started the World Superbike Series, and that was a spin-off of Superbike racing here in the United States.
All right, we still watch that battle on screen. I was just looking at the lap time counter here, and Mark Miller on that classic Superbike running a 129.6, so a very impressive lap time out here on a classic motorcycle. Obviously, he's got that motorcycle working very well. Still dialed in, just like it was 1985, huh?
And I think that's cool to show how competitive that these bikes still are. Obviously, I believe the fastest lap time that we've seen here today was dipping into the 124s, and only be a few seconds off with a few decades between the two bikes being built. That just goes to show how impressive these things were even back in the day.
I think the other point to make here is, as the horsepower has evolved with these modern motorcycles, so is the suspension. So what we got to realize is these guys are out here running these lap times on suspension that is probably not near what we can, expect to see today. So even more impressive what they're doing out there.
Exactly right. These bikes were not known. The big 1000cc bikes that were the super bikes in the day were not known for their handling characteristics.
It was all about horsepower back then.
It was all about horsepower. And the teams, I mean, there was Muzzy and Honda under Gary Mathers. They and Mike Velasco, and just a classic tuners names as well. Those guys really worked hard to sort these motorcycles and make them handle. Even BMW, the first Superbike championship was won by Pridmore.
Jason Pridmore.
No, not Jason. Jason Pridmore's dad.
Oh, okay. Even older than that.
Reg
okay.
Pridmore was won by Reg Pridmore on a BMW.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I love this. I love to see the history involved around this class and the things that we can learn and the legacies that we can continue to learn and know and carry forward into the next generation. It's great to see.
And back in fourth place, Ed Millich, and that name just really pops out. I should have done some more homework. But I think Ed's if it's the Ed Millich I'm thinking of, he's a long-time West Coast competitor riding with AFM here. They're the dominant club here on the West Coast. And it's great to see these super bikes out there. It's just so much fun. Brings back a lot of memories, I can guarantee you.
Yeah, for sure. As we follow along, I believe this is Darren Govan on that number 45 or number 43, I'm sorry, as he's got a little bit of sizable lead over third place. Ed Hazer on that 45 KZ 1000. And, these guys that's out there clicking laps. How do you feel like their endurance is as older guys out there?
Well, these are older guys on these bikes, but Ed races apparently in conversation with him yesterday. He races regularly, so he must be in pretty good shape. So, these guys all know that. Well, they're older. They're out there to have fun. They know their levels. They're not going to push it.
Sure. Well, I talked to Ed earlier this morning. A man standing there next to him. I bet you he's probably I would say twice my age because I'm not as young as I used to be, but he's up there, and I bet you he could beat me in a foot race.
Right.
He looked to be in pretty good shape, so.
Well, muscling one of these things on a racetrack a couple of times a month will keep you in shape.
Definitely.
What's the saying? If you never slow down, you never grow old?
There you go.
That's what we like to believe, That's why I'm itching to get back out on the racetrack here and get out of this commentator booth, but, we'll see about that.
So watching the 43 on screen here, working his way through the chicane, and 45 still right there in tow. Ed coming all the way from the Netherlands to join us and race with us. Awesome to see him out here having such a great time. And I thought it was cool, even in that interview that Larry did, that these guys, they don't just go all out on the bike. They go head to toe, top to bottom. They fully commit to these retro bikes and these retro looks and really almost in a way almost feel like they're playing a character all while going out and actually doing some real racing on their own.
Well, and by their own admission, to an extent, they are. I mean, these are tribute bikes, and the leathers and everything, it matches. So, yeah.
I like what Darren said in the interview earlier. It's basically kind of like Civil War reenactment out here. It's like, living, kind of going out and, trying to walk in the shoes of our heroes, per se. Kind of look like them and like the Civil War, carry on that history. So I think that's a great analogy that Darren brought up.
And it's a history we can relive thanks to social media and all the filming and all the different web. It's a history we can relive on a regular basis.
Sure. I must admit, I just purchased a CB750 myself.
Oh, cool.
Trying to toy with what I wanted to do with it. I kind of wanted to do a Freddie Spencer tribute.
Right.
Obviously, he never raced a CB750 or anything like that, but I just thought it would be fun to kind of dress the CB750 up in Freddie Spencer colors and numbers.
Actually, Freddie Spencer did race these bikes.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe I did need to do a little more homework on Freddie. So
yep.
I know he was a big MotoGP guy and was, helping Honda develop in the MotoGP side. But
these guys, they came from so many of the Wayne Rainey, Lawson. They came from dirt track.
Okay.
And then your next step was Superbike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. So. And
that's why in the day, everybody, after Roberts went over and started racing for GPs, he was so good at it, and he'd learned his skill on racetracks. The world riders started coming to his ranch in Hickman to learn how to flat track so they could ride like him.
Yeah, as we see the checkered flag fly for Mark Miller. Mark just out there just tearing it up. He was kind of racing himself out there, as he kind of alluded to yesterday on the podium. Hats off to him. And looks like the 43, Darren Govan, going to hold down second place. And the ticker at the top of the screen still showing Ed Hazer in third place. We'll wait to see if Ed crosses the finish line here.
Might have been Ed that just went by as we were
having missed it on screen
shot.
here. Yeah, definitely could have missed it here on screen.
Going to drop here to our Alpha replay, and rapidly off the start, Mark Miller gets out to the jump and starts to pull away. See a great drive headed into turn number 2. with the 45 and the 43 close in tow. And these guys stayed pretty locked together for majority of the race. Ed in that second place spot, trying to hang tough, hiding those tight inside lines. Oh, it was a drag race, but we did see the 43 find a way around. Ed not letting them just run away with it, though, keeping the pressure on. And here is the number 10, headed down for the final time, taking the checkered flag. Mark Miller getting the job done. Give you a look at that rundown. So it's Mark Miller, Darren Galvin, Ed Hazard, Ed Milich, and Hans Hedelfrisch, your top 5 here from the classic Superbike class. And man, some great racing there. Mark Miller, really impressive performance on that machine. Like we said, just a couple of seconds off of the fastest lap time that we've seen here this weekend on a bike several decades older. So really just goes to show how tough and how hard he was riding that machine. So an impressive performance right there. And you see the fans going crazy, waving to their favorite riders as they make their way around. So many great spectators here at Willow Springs International Raceway, enjoying all of the action here from the Bagger Racing League finale.
Well, Larry, it's been an honor, having you in the booth here with us, to have a Hall of Famer like yourself, someone so accomplished in sidecar racing and everything that you've done in your career. It's been a real honor, kind of sharing the mic with you and hearing the stories and your expertise on these classic superbikes and the sidecars earlier today. Well, so thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Tony. It's been a pleasure working with you gentlemen, and let's do it again sometime.
I look forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So a huge shout out to Larry Coleman there, doing a fantastic job. Really, I mean, not just doing a great job calling the racing, but giving so much of a background as far as the riders, the riders that they're essentially basing their bikes off of, and the technology, the way it's changed over the years. Really cool to have somebody with that much in-depth information on the machines. So let's talk about what yesterday looked like in our Bagger GP class before we get ready to throw the flag on that. We've got some exciting stuff here for the season finale. This was the tail of the tape. It was the top 4, and man, they were going at it. Corey West, Ruben Zaus, Shane Narville, last year's champion, and Sam Guerin. The top 4 looked set for a battle royale as West got out to an early lead. Ruben in the second place spot. For the first time, we've seen him there all year long, and then that was the moment where we knew something was up. A little look down to the 111 machine as Sam Guerin finds his way around. And unfortunately, Ruben, he would cross the finish line, but was essentially out of the race, just kind of making his way around. But it's a new day, a new opportunity, and a championship still on the line. We'll be right back with BRL.
Corey West, and you're watching the BRL on Racer TV.
Bridgestone's reintroducing the Supermoto tire chair in the United States and Canada. That's the BMO1 front and the RO2 rear. It's available in a 16.5 inch as well as a 17-inch configuration. Battle Axe is a non-DOT tire, and we definitely recommend tire warmer. Time's the only thing in life that money can't buy, but you can buy Bridgestones.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the season finale of the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers, here live on racertv.com. Zach Herron here in the booth, excited to be calling the racing action for the grand finale of the day, of the weekend, and of the season. It's time for our Bagger GP class. We've got bikes out on track right now, checking some things out. And then going to have a unique experience here today where we'll be doing a bit of a grid walk, allow the fans an opportunity to come check the bikes out on the track, talk to their favorite riders, and I believe we're going to get our very own Tony Tucker down there to chat with some of the riders as well, right there in the moment, just before we get ready to drop the green flag. So going to be super exciting for that Andrews Bagger GP class. We had an incredible race yesterday, and I'm expecting more of the same here today, as, man, these guys have been absolutely fantastic. Hey, we want to give a huge shout out. It takes so many incredible people, companies, sponsors to be able to put on one race like this, let alone an entire season. First off, got to give a huge shout out to kind of the big man, the man in charge, Rocket Rob Bitus. This is his dream child. He has gone above and beyond and continues to go above and beyond to not only make this a legit racing series and a legit racing class, but to help on the backside of things as well, help introduce new vendors, introduce new companies to the sport, and to help take this thing not only nationwide, but all across the globe. But we want to give a huge shout out to all of our 2024 official sponsors. Of course, Alpine Stars, the American Motorcyclist Association, Andrews High Performance Cams and Gears, Barnett Clutches and Cables as well with us, Bridgestone Tires, DP Brakes, Drag Specialties, Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, Memphis Shades, Pirelli, Ultra Cool Oil Cooling Systems, and Zippers Performance Products, all on board with us here this season. We cannot thank each and every one of you enough. It's been an incredible season of racing, and none of it would happen without the help of you guys. So thank you guys so much. This is what we were talking about, a little bit of a different look as the riders come into pit road. Going to just hang out, going to put the tire warmers on, put the bikes up on the stands, and give the fans an opportunity to hang out and check things out on the grid. And a cool little thing we're doing to close out the season. I'm excited to see it. Excited to see how many fans we've got hanging out. They're kind of popping around. I'm sure probably trying to grab their Bagger Racing League merchandise. And then we will get them out, looking at our Bagger GP guys. And sounds like we've got our very own Tony Tucker down there on the grid walk.
We got these riders coming down. They're going to get these bikes up on warmers. We're going to try and grab a quick interview from a bunch of these racers. We'll throw it back up to you, Zach. We'll be right back down here in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks, Tony. Going to go grab the scoop from the riders just before they get ready to take the track. We've talked so much this weekend about the mentality, the way the riders are getting focused, the way they prepare for these rides. So going to be very cool to be able to get a microphone with them and actually see exactly how they're able to do it. And looks like Tony trying to get locked down with one of our riders. Tony, we'll send it down to you if you're ready.
Yeah, we are down here with Corey West. Corey, you got the P1 position here. This is a unique opportunity for these fans to come in here. Thanks for coming down here and doing this with us. You ran a very fast lap earlier today. What are you looking for today?
Yeah, just to get this saddle and race development bagger back up on the top step of the box. It's first time having my kiddo here at the racetrack, so feeling good out here. I'm just super stoked that we've got such a beautiful day. It's nice and warm, no wind, so hopefully we put on a good show for everybody.
Right on. The number 13, Corey West. Thanks, Corey.
And glad to hear that Corey was able to get the little one out here. He talked about it yesterday, saying hopefully he'll be able to make it be the first time that his child's been able to attend a race. And got to think he's going to be riding with a little extra motivation out here today, knowing that the little one's going to be watching and hopefully be able to see Dad grab another win. Tony pushing his way through, going to try to find another rider to chat it up with. Tony, I can't quite see you here on this drone shot, so if you're ready. Oh, there it is. Okay, Tony standing by with Ruben Zaus. Really excited to hear this one. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, we're always excited to talk to Ruben. Ruben, you're sitting in the P2 position, and you guys worked through the bugs from yesterday. How are you feeling today?
No, I felt good all the weekend. The bike's working well. Unfortunately, we've got so many mechanical problems on these last 2 days. Compared to the whole season, it was kind of a drama, but we've got the pace, we're fast, the bike is working good now, so we hope to do our job.
Very nice. Ruben, you got the points lead. Are you focused on a championship here, or are you looking for race win, or are you looking for both? What's your focus going out here today?
No, that you only can feel when you're out there. You know, when you're out there, you feel if you're comfortable or not. I mean, today we got, I think, the best the best time or the best weather we can ask for in Willow Springs. It's either raining or windy or cloudy, and today is kind of the dream day, and that's good because all the guys from the team work very hard this year. So I think it's kind of a present for us,
The weather is definitely cooperating. I hope it helps create some great battles and good racing out there. We look forward to seeing the battle. Thank you, Ruben, for your time.
Yeah, thanks to everybody coming here. It's really excitement.
Back up to you, Zach. We'll be back down here. It looks like I'm going to try and get Shane Narbone here, and we'll throw it back up to you for a minute, Zach. Thanks.
Sounds great. Yeah, thanks, Tony, getting the scoop from the big dogs up here in the Bagger GP class. Always good to hear from Ruben, doing a great job of keeping himself calm, cool, and collected, even when things don't go his way. And like he said, the weather, a big talking point yesterday as far as being cold, being windy. Well, this time it is sunshiny, clear skies, and hopefully that's going to make for some even better racing here today. And there it is. All right, Tony Tucker, back down to you.
Yeah, I am here with our reigning champion, Shane Narbone, on the Trask 186. That should be a number 1 on the front of that thing, but we know who the champion is around here. Shane, you had a good run yesterday. Did you guys go out and find some more speed last night and this morning?
Yeah, of course. Yesterday was fun. I got a decent start, and it was a good bite at the beginning, and Corey got away a little bit, but, I haven't been riding this thing that much this year, so this is our first outing. But all in all, this morning we had a good hour session that we tweaked some stuff, and I think we'll be ready to go and see what we can give these boys today.
Right on. You guys, obviously this is your first weekend back in the BRL. You guys trying to learn anything? You guys preparing for 2025 already? Kind of what's the take on today's session?
Of course. I mean, this is our first outing on this bike. Thanks to the whole Trask team, and they built me a new bike for Daytona, and we didn't have the greatest luck there, but we're still here. We're not a 3-time champion for no reason, so we're out here. We're going to fight for this, and even though we're not in the championship hunt, we still want to win this race and do it for all the whole Trask team, Moots, Manny, Trevor, Brian, Nick, the whole crew, and all the guys back at the shop, they don't get to really come out and hang out, and it means a lot to me for these guys back home to be rooting for me and the team. So we're going to have a good day, and a big thanks to Pirelli Tires, too. They're definitely a different kind of bike here with these tires, but they definitely hook up good, and big thanks to them, too.
Right on. Thanks, Shane, for your time. You heard it right here. Shane is hungry for a win. He's going to be mixing it up out here with the boys. It's going to be a great battle. We look forward to it. Thanks, Shane.
Thank you. Thanks for all the fans, too. This is a great day today, and we wouldn't have this race series if we didn't have these fans. This is huge. Even yesterday and Friday, we're going to put a show on for you, and hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Shane. Thanks for your time. Back up to you, Zach.
Thanks, Tony. I am fired up right now. Your top 3 right there, really just incredible. They feel fired up. I think just like Shane was saying, the fans really give a whole nother atmosphere. I mean, look at the party we've got going on right now down there on the grid. Everybody wanting to get the photo, put it on the Instagram story, hashtag, everything that the people are doing these days. And this is what it's all about. This is what BRL is all about, is allowing fans the opportunity to get up close and personal with their racing heroes and be able to chat it up with them, whether it's in the pits or now even on the grids. Back on the grid, down to Tony Tucker.
Yeah, back down here on the grid with Sam Guerin, our international racer. I had to kind of separate all the fans. I kind of had to shoo them away. They all wanted to get a picture taken with Sam. They love their Canadian rider and his beautiful motorcycle. Sam, you're sitting second in points right now. What's your take on the race, and what are you going out there to try and do today?
Today it's either we have to finish first, so that's the goal. But we need either to win or some bad luck on Ruben's side. So we don't wish him that. So we'll do our best to finish up at the front. So we'll try to win, but it's going to be hard. The competition is really strong. So we hope we'll give the fans a really nice show this afternoon.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a good show. You guys ran some impressive times yesterday and were very competitive. Do you feel like you found an extra half a second or a second here today?
Maybe. We did some changes on the front before the outlap. I could feel it a little bit, so maybe the bike will be faster. I don't know. We'll cross our finger and we'll see what happens.
Well, we're looking forward to it, Sam. It was a great race yesterday, and if you can do it again today, hats off to you guys. We look forward to seeing you out there on the track, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks all the fans that are here and all the people in Canada watching us. We'll do our best to finish up strong.
Yeah, thank you, Canada. Back up to you, Zach.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Thanks, Sam. Absolutely. Yeah, exciting stuff. And it just goes to show, even though it is the final race of the season, these guys are still searching for little changes, little adjustments that they can make to make their bike that much better because, like Sam was saying, he does have a big task in front of him trying to chase down the big 111 of Ruben Zaus. So a lot on the line here for this final race of the season. And man, this is awesome. I mean, look at the crowd that we've got. Everybody hanging out, just like Tony was saying, taking photos with their favorite riders. And Tony Tucker back down with one of our top riders.
Yeah, we are back down here with Gunnar Willett. Gunnar, like Shane, you guys just kind of took a hiatus. This is your first weekend back on the race, or back on the bike and racing. How are you feeling in day two, and what's your expectations going into the finals here today?
Feeling really good. Got the bike all dialed in, and hopefully we get up there top 5 and maybe podium, see how it goes. But I'm feeling real good, way better than yesterday, and hopefully we can do good today.
Yeah, you had a good run yesterday, but some room to grow. Do you guys feel like you found some stuff in the bike, or maybe in your setup, or your strategy or race lines? Do you feel like you found enough speed to kind of get up there and battle with podiums?
Yeah, I worked on my race lines this morning in practice and started getting more momentum and trying a little bit more, going corner speed, and hopefully we're there now.
Right on, Gunnar. We appreciate your time. We look forward to a good battle out there on track, and we'll see you out there. Thanks, Gunnar.
Thank you.
Back to you, Zach.
All right. Thanks, Tony Tucker, doing a great job down there on the grid, getting the scoop from all of our favorite riders. I want to go fast. I feel you. I want you to go fast. I want to see it. We want to call a good, fast race. I can't wait. And, man, just goes to show these bikes. The bikes are works of art as well. I mean, that's one of my favorite things, walking around the pits, being able to check it out. There it is. Get up close on that. You want to go fast, and these bikes, they certainly do. I can promise you that. But to be able to go and see the unique little differences, even between bikes under the same tent, riding for the same team, there's all little adjustments that have been made from the seats to the pegs to the graphics on it. I mean, it's incredible to see the differences between them. And one of my favorite bikes to look at right there is the 99 Tony Tucker standing down.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. We are here with the number 99 Oleg Pynik on this Alloy Art White Road Glide. I talked to you guys earlier, talked to the team. You guys were down there working on the bike. Have you got everything sorted out, and what's your expectations on the race today?
We're just looking for a solid finish. We had one of our first finishes of the year yesterday, so we just want to build on that. We had some troubles to overcome since the end of the race, so I'm happy we're on the grid, and our goal is just to get this thing home.
You guys, do you think you've solved all the issues? Are you fairly confident going into today's race?
Yeah, I mean, we're here. I think the bike, it's improving every time we ride it. So this race time will be valuable for us, and hopefully we'll, knock down those lap times every lap by lap.
Right on. We'll put your hands together. Alloy Art, number 99 White Road Glide. Oleg Pynik, we'll look forward to you getting up in the mix and battling it with these boys today. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for BRL for putting on one hell of a show.
Right on. Thank you. Back up to you, Zach.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, great stuff there from Oleg. And like you said, grabbing one of his first finishes of the season. We're stoked to see him out there yesterday and glad to have him back on the grid here today. And so many different storylines here at the end of the season as well. Some riders obviously trying to chase down a championship. Some riders returning from injury, trying to maybe make a statement as to what could have been. And other riders just saying, hey, we're already starting to look towards the future. We're continuing to test. This is a great opportunity to be under race conditions and to really get things excited and prepped for the 2025 season. So this is going to be fun to watch for sure, as the fans kind of starting to wind down just a little bit. And they got their photos, they got their autographs, and I think they're going to be getting ready to start make their way over. But we still got a couple more interviews, and looks like Tony Tucker standing down with the number 9.
Yeah, we are here with the number 9, Jesse Janis, on this orange Suburban Road Glide. Jesse, what's your expectations going into this race, and what's your strategy here?
Expectations? Well, we're going to hopefully get a good start and see if we can latch on to some of these guys up front. And I definitely have to up the pace a bit if I'm going to stay with any of the guys that are kind of been leading the way this weekend. But and that's what we're going to try to do. So we'll get out there and we'll wing it. We'll see if what happens.
We definitely have, kind of been following along. You guys have been struggling with the tune on the motorcycle. It looks as though maybe you got that all sorted out and, got some stuff figured out. I think this bike's capable of some fast lap times, so we really look forward. Is that kind of how you're feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only one holding it back now is me, right? A lot of technology in these things, and with that comes a little bit of hiccups every so often. So we've made a lot of improvements, and, we'll see what happens when the flag goes green.
Yeah, I think definitely a very capable motorcycle, a very capable racer. He could get up in the mix and shake things up a little bit today. We look forward to it. Thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the race.
Back up to you, Zach.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, absolutely. Jesse knows exactly what he needs to do there. He said, got to step it up just a little bit if he wants to run with those top dogs, but I think he can do it. I think he can make a splash here at the last race of the season. It's all on the line here. Nobody's saving anything left. This guy, he's already completed an undefeated season. He's got a championship wrapped up. Tony Tucker standing by with Cody Gilmore.
Yeah, I'm down here with Cody Gilmore. Cody, you just wrapped up the championship in the Pro Stock class. You get the invite down here to race with the Bagger GP boys. What are you going to try and do here in this race? You're going to try and get up there and mix it with the boys?
Yeah, we'll see how the start goes. I'm in the back row, I think, so I haven't even looked at the grid, actually. So wherever I end up, I'm going to be starting behind everyone, so that's going to give me a little bit of work. But if I can get up there and do some battle with the Bagger GP guys, that's a main goal, and we'll just see where we end up. I just want to go out and have fun and maybe learn a little bit and get used to this class because it looks like this is what we'll be racing next year.
Yeah, looking forward to maybe seeing you up in this class next year. So, yeah, maybe try and take some notes and go home, do some homework, get ready for 2025. We look forward to seeing you mix it up with the Bagger GP boys. Thanks, Cody.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Zach. I think we got one more.
All right, Tony putting in the work out there on the grid. I love to see it, and, man, I'd love to be thinking about Cody Gilmore in that Bagger GP class next year, man. After a performance like he's had this year, that is going to be exciting. But we'll see what he's able to do today. Like you said, going to be a little bit further back on the grid, but definitely think he's going to be slicing and dicing with some of these Bagger GP guys even here today. As things starting to wind down, seeing a couple of fans getting their favorite spots set up in the stands. They want to be able to watch their favorite racers, and one of the fan favorites is the 69 of Arnie Wells standing by with Tony Tucker.
Yeah, that's right, Zach. He definitely is a fan favorite. Arnie Wells, you had a great race earlier today in the Pro Stock class, and you got the invite to come line up here with the Bagger GP boys. Tell us what your expectations are and what you're going to try and do with the Fast boys here in this race.
Yeah, it'd just be cool to see where I actually line up with these guys, and it's an honor to grid up with all of these fast dudes. So.
Well, we definitely look forward to seeing you out there with these guys. We know you got the speed and the talent. Look forward to seeing if you can mix it up with them, and we'll see you at the end of the race. Thanks, Arnie.
Sweet. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Zach, that wraps it up for us down here. We're going to come back up to the booth here. We're going to get all the fans cleared out of here and go green flag racing. I think this is shaping up to be a great race.
Man, I tell you what, I don't think I could be any more excited for it. I don't think there's any better way to set the stage for the final race of the season. I mean, talk about bringing it to the boiling point, if you will, for the end of the year. Man, just absolutely incredible. And as you can see, fans starting to get the word, hey, get those last photos, take the final pictures, final autograph, and start making your way back towards the pits, because we are getting ready to send these bikes out and go green flag racing for our final race of the day, that Baggers GP class. And, man, like Tony was saying, it's going to be impressive performance. That Andrews Bagger GP has been one of the more exciting classes all year long. Well, here we go. We got some more fans over on the far side. They're hanging out. They're waiting, ready to see a battle royale. And, I mean, just taking a look at that replay like we did earlier, the potential for 4 riders to all be doing battle right off the jump. And then like we heard, I mean, I think Cody Gilmore, I'd like to see Oleg, maybe see Jesse get up in the mix as well, make this a 5-rider duel for the podium and for the win ultimately. So interesting topics to talk about. You know, Ruben Zaus, Tony did a great job touching on it. Are we thinking big picture? He's had a very successful season so far in 2024. Are we going to go for the championship? Are we going to go for the win today? Obviously, if the win's there, the 111 is going to try to take it home. But you got to wonder how much he's willing to lay on the line compared to somebody like a Corey West, a Shane Narbonne, who is not involved in the point series. So, yeah, going to be exciting to see. Those are all the kind of questions that are going through the riders' heads. You see, strapping up, getting the helmets on, getting the bodies warmed up, fans starting to move off the grid. We're going to start to pull those tire warmers off, get the bikes back on the asphalt, and get ready to rock here for the final race of the 2024 season. Once again, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for the 2024 season here at BRL. We could not go racing without you. I mean, so many great folks from people that help get you going, as far as like Bridgestone tires, Dunlop, Pirelli, getting you gripping on the ground. And then we talk a lot about going fast. Hey, guess what? You got to stop pretty quick as well out here. DP Brakes, Larry Mills, I know he's out there, always just a huge supporter and kind of on the forefront of helping grow the Bagger Racing League. Drag Specialties, of course, huge shout out to Paula Fox, not able to be with us this weekend, but a gigantic thank you owed to Paula and everything that she's been able to do to help continue to allow BRL to grow, and for Drag Specialties and their support for the series as well. Alpine Star, of course, bringing that rapid replay, the AMA, Andrews Performance Products, Barnett Clutches and Cables, Memphis Shades. Had a cool feature yesterday showing some of those new windscreens Memphis Shades is bringing into the world of Bagger Racing League. We heard earlier from JJ over at Ultra Cool Oil Cooling Systems, and man, that was really cool to see. Just I believe he said NASA technology being used here at the Bagger Racing League. So you cannot say that this is not some state-of-the-art stuff going on. And of course, Zippers Performance Products as well on board with us. So a huge thank you to all of them, and thank you to the fans as well, watching live on Racer TV and continuing to support the Bagger Racing League. We touched on it a little bit earlier. If you guys have not already, make sure you're following along, whether it's at Bagger Racing League on Instagram, Facebook, any of the social medias, and then make sure you're following us here on Racer TV as well. All racing all the time, whether it's GNCC, the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National, or right here at Bagger Racing League. We love racing. We know you love racing, and we love to bring you racing action. And people ask me all the time, hey, what can we do? How can we help Racer TV? It's simple. If you're on full screen on YouTube, exit full screen out and make sure you click that subscribe button. Leave us a comment. Tell us that you're enjoying the broadcast and enjoying the coverage, because that helps YouTube know to keep us around. Make sure we're still getting our opportunities. It helps all of our sponsors at Racer TV continuing to allow us to bring you racing coverage. And we have a great time. I know I appreciate being able to do it, and I think I could say the same thing for Tony Tucker. I know he wants to be out there, but man, it's been really great having Tony in the booth this season and be able to have a true racer's outlook as to what these riders are going through, what it's like to go through not just one race, but through an entire season as well. So it's been a lot of fun, but we're not quite done yet as riders making their way out on the warm-up lap. Tony, it's just about time to go racing. Looks like it's going to be Ruben Zaus leading them out on that warm-up lap, and going to try to, like we talked about earlier, just get a little heat in the tires, do a last few checkups on the track, see what things are looking like. And good to see the 111 out there out front, because Ruben, like we said, was a lot of questions coming around the 111 camp earlier this weekend, and kind of for the first time this season. But we also know that Ruben is really focused on developing that machine to be as strong as possible, and we've seen that machine be able to bring home wins all season long. So sounds like they've got some things figured out. Sounds like he was feeling pretty good earlier today in practice, and we're ready to see what he's able to do when they drop the flag here in just a few minutes, folks. Make sure you don't go anywhere here on Racer TV. This is what you've been waiting for, the main event, the Bagger GP finale, a championship on the line. Sam Guerin trying to see if maybe he's got the opportunity to steal this championship away. He's going to need to have the ride of his life, and maybe a couple of things go wrong for the 111. Obviously, and we heard him. I thought it was cool for him to say, obviously, we don't hope that anything goes wrong. We don't wish bad luck on Ruben, but we all know racing is it's unpredictable. Things happen, whether it's crashes, whether it's mechanicals, and so going to be interesting to see. But nonetheless, Tony, I think it's going to be great racing no matter how it shakes out.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is the way we want the season finale to shape up. I really don't know who I would predict to win this race right now. I think it could be any one of 5 or 6 different guys. A lot of guys have really come with their A games here today, and I'm excited. This is going to be a great race, and we're going to be able to watch it unfold here in just a few minutes as we see the bikes coming down, taking their grid positions, and we're going to be going green flag racing here soon. But yeah, this is what we want to see, right? We want to see it come down to the last race, and we can crown a champion on whoever has the better day here. And we hope for the best for Ruben. Maybe in the back of Sam's mind, he's hoping for a mishap, but we'll see what happens. That's why we go racing, right?
Hey, exactly. You never know what can happen, and all of these riders are aware of it. So best believe Sam, you heard it in the interview you did there, Tony. He's ready to rock and knows that he's got to have the ride of a lifetime. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the 2024 season. The green flag is flying. The Bagger GP finale officially off and rolling, and look at the start from the big 111 Ruben's house, trying to shut it down early and get out front.
Yeah, Ruben knew that he couldn't let Corey get out front first because Corey's got some pretty impressive lap time. So Ruben trying to get out front, maybe play block, but Corey's going to make quick work of him going into turn 2 as Corey West leads away around turn 2. Sam Guerin maybe with a bad start there. That is not the start he was looking for, as he's kind of the back of the pack there behind Arnie Wells.
Yeah, no, not sure what happened for Guerin, but yeah, he is all the way back now, just finds his way around Arnie Wells. But how about that? A very, very quick pass for the 13 of Corey West. Oh, man, a beautiful move from the 111 of Ruben's house. Looks like he might have been able to cut back underneath. Wasn't sure if he was able to get the pass made. But, man, what a move, and good to see some fight from the 111 here today.
For sure. This is exactly what we want to see. We got a big battle brewing right here. We got 3 riders coming around. See if we can get an eye on who we got here out in front first. And it looks like it is Corey West, Ruben Zaus, and Shane Narbonne leading the way. They're kind of breaking away from the rest of the pack here. We got Oleg. That's an impressive run. Oleg's running really good, sitting in 4th right there. This is a good battle, mixing it back there, 4th, 5th, 6th place back there.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to watch because we saw already Corey West opening up about a bike length or 2. Shane Narbonne, he's right there as well. Certainly knows how to get the job done. And then Ruben, looks like he said, looks like just like what he said, they've got some things figured out, got that bike working better like they want. But is it going to be enough to take down the number 13? This is going to be exciting to watch because it's still yo-yoing back and forth. It looks like looks like Corey is pulling the lead out, and then Ruben closes it right back in.
Yeah, definitely. This is very competitive racing here. This is, probably going to be the race of the season, it looks like. And, Corey West going out there, just kind of picking up right where he left off yesterday on the bagger, kind of just getting to the front and trying to leave the pack. But Ruben has other plans for him. Ruben, you see that little mix-up there. That kind of just shows that he's really pushing the limits here. And there's Shane Narbonne, the 186, trying to stay in tow with his top 2.
Watching your leaders make their way through this historic course here at Willow Springs International Raceway.
Yeah, and you can see this shot. I love this shot because it really shows you the elevation of this racetrack, how high up they go on the side of this mountain. Come back down. You really gain a lot of speed coming through here and leading into the back section of this track. Ruben trying to stay in tow with Corey. And, if we know anything about Ruben, he doesn't want to lose. He wants to go out there and, capitalize and win. And he's not going to like Corey walking away from him. So we'll see if Ruben has anything for Corey here.
Yeah, for sure that Ruben is going to give it everything he's got. But, Tony, you got to think about it as well. Corey West not involved in the championship fight. I said the same thing, I think, as you were headed back towards the studio. How much is Ruben Zaus going to lay on the line to try to grab a win if he doesn't find himself out in front? Is he going to take those risks, or is he going to play it safe and try to bring home a championship?
That is definitely something to think about, and something I'm sure that they've talked about down in the fueling tent. The strategy of the championship. Obviously, Ruben can play it safe. A second place wins him the championship today, and a DNF will be really mixing things up. So obviously, goal number 1 is to finish the race. And as a racer, sometimes that's hard. Sometimes just laying back and accepting a second place is hard to do, especially out there on the motorcycle. The adrenaline is up, and you just want to go out there and fight. And it looks like Ruben might kind of have backed off a little bit. He might realize he doesn't need to push. Corey West is not in the championship battle, and just trying to sit there comfortably in second place at the moment.
Yeah, and you bring up such a good point. So many people say, well, what do you mean it's difficult? Like you just don't back off as much. But it's like it's not as simple as you're just you're not trying. How do you monitor the effort that you're giving? When somebody says give 85%, what does that look like? And just like you said, the adrenaline absolutely spiked. These guys are going over 100 miles an hour. They're dealing with bumps. They're dealing with competition. They're dealing with so many different variables. And then you're trying to monitor how much effort you're putting out. It makes it very difficult to do. So definitely one of those things where it's impressive to see these riders able to ride smart, not let their emotions get the best of them, and focus on the bigger task at hand.
Definitely, this lead pack, this first and second with Corey and Ruben have kind of gapped Shane. Shane's kind of fallen back a little bit, but Ruben really not letting Corey get too far out. I don't know if Ruben's just I don't know if he's managing his race or if he's still trying to stay with Corey. These guys, I just looked down at the timing and scoring. Corey West just ran a 126 on a heavyweight motorcycle. That's a very impressive lap time out here. And Ruben's matching him both 126s from the top two right now. So they're running at a very high rate right now. They are pushing the limits.
And how impressive is it to be able to see? Obviously, Ruben has been the guy so far this season, and as Corey West comes back and joins us here for the final weekend of BRL, it's cool to see somebody running the pace and essentially pushing the pace of Ruben Zaus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we haven't seen that all year. Ruben is kind of in a league of his own, per se, and to see Corey come out here and challenge him and actually be, out front is something we haven't seen all weekend, or all year, I should say.
So here they come back down the front stretch once again. West still leading the way with Ruben Zaus not far behind.
Wow, that was a 125.7 from Corey West. So he is finding even more and more time as this race goes on. And, he's trying to make a statement here that Team Saddleman is for real, and they are the guys to beat out here.
Yeah, they're making some statements right now. I'll put it like that. He is getting mighty comfortable in those mid 120s and even dropped down in some of the lower 120s earlier today. But yeah, what's crazy, Tony, is there's not really anything that you can see from the naked eye that's making these differences up. It's small little adjustments. We talk about hitting your mark so much, and it's much easier said than done in the sense of knowing exactly when to get back on the throttle, exactly how hard to be on the brakes. Corey West executing to perfection right now.
Definitely, and like you said, you can't see it with the naked eye. These are little things, fighting for tenths of seconds, half a second. A second out here is a huge step forward. And, Corey's found about a second. I believe he ran a 127 was his fast lap on the bagger yesterday. So he's found, about a second and a half from yesterday. So Corey's obviously feeling pretty comfortable on the motorcycle right now.
Yeah, to be able to do it consistently lap after lap as well just goes to show that I don't necessarily think he's riding over his head. I think he's riding within his limits. I think he feels comfortable on the machine. And, right now you can see beautiful shot there from Gabe Scholl, our drone operator, making sure we see exactly not only how quick they're going, but the way they're maneuvering from one side of the track to the other as well. Obviously, they fade to the outside as they enter that front stretch, and then a lot of them moving back over towards the right-hand side to prepare for that turn one. So just goes to show they're always thinking ahead, always thinking about the next corner and how to set up for it. Nothing really sneaks up on these riders out on the track.
Yeah, and as we look at the top of the clicker here, Cody Gilmore coming up from our Pro Stock class is actually currently running 5th in this Bagger GP class. I don't know if we could catch a glimpse of that battle. It looks like he's kind of going back and forth with Gunnar Willett, the second Trask motorcycle out here. And as we look at Corey West still kind of charging forward, Ruben still keeping him in check, but not quite close enough to do anything about it yet.
Yeah, I think he's maybe losing a bike length or two every lap, but still got Corey in sight and not letting him just ride off into the sunset. But, yeah, how about it? Cody Gilmore, and I was glad to hear. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to assume, but good to hear Cody say, hey, yeah, this is probably going to be my home next year as far as the Bagger GP class goes. We've seen all season long as far as lap times go. He's already competitive with these guys. Now he's showing it already by working his way through the back of the pack and inside the top 5.
Yeah, there's no better way to go out there and show that you can hang with these guys than just, get the invite, line up with them, and then go out there and mix it up with them. And Cody's doing just that. He's showing he belongs up in the Bagger GP class. As we see Corey West coming around turn 1. We've got a yellow flag on course here. We're not sure what's going on out there, but looks like these guys are still charging forward.
Yeah, noticed that as well. Haven't really seen anything that jumps out as far as a hazard or anything like that. But Obviously, like we talked about, Willow Springs doing a great job keeping us safe, making sure if there's anything the riders need to be aware of, they are. And so the rider is proceeding with caution around that turn 1-2 area, and then back full speed as they make their way through and into turn number 3. But there it is, the big 13. Corey West right now got to be feeling good. This was exactly what he wanted to do. First race with his new child here. And, I mean, Tony, as a father yourself, that's got to give some extra motivation.
I bet you, Corey's pretty excited to have his son out here. I think he said he was 7 weeks old. So, yeah, first time out here being a dad, trying to, get to the top of the podium here. And he talked earlier in an interview about wanting to maybe have his son up there for that first place finish. And looks like Corey's trying to make that happen. It'll be a special moment for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. And I know if you're Corey, you don't just want the kid on the podium. You want him in the center step on top of the box. And he's doing a great job of making that come to fruition right now. Man, Ruben Zaus way over on the edge of the track as he exited that final turn. And there it is, the white flag. 1 lap left to go, Tony, for the 2024 season.
White flag, we see Sam Guerin sitting up there in 4th place. Obviously we've seen his kind of bad start. He was at the back of the pack there. Sam's kind of battled back up for a 4th place finish. And, it looks as though Sam might come up just a little bit short on the championship to Ruben. And as Ruben rounds around, Ruben's doing exactly what he's got to do to bring home that championship, and that's, finish in front of Sam and just bring it home.
Yep, he's playing it smart. I think at this point he's going to – look at that. Corey's still picking the front end up, even on the bagger. And I think Ruben knows, hey, we've got some work to do. Corey shows that there is the ability to improve a little bit and to continue to dial in those machines, but ultimately the goal coming into the season was to walk away a champion. And Ruben just about half a lap or so away from being able to do just that.
For sure. And if I know Ruben, these guys, obviously they know they need to find some more speed. It is the last race of the season. They're not going to wait till next year to start looking for it. They're going to be right back down there in the pits looking for it today, trying to get better for next year.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's going to a brief celebration, and then it's right back to work. And that's what I love, the warrior spirit of these guys. And they are true warriors right now as they round the final corner for the final lap of the final race of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the number 13 of Corey West grabbing the race win, and the championship going to go to the 111 of Ruben Zaus here in your Andrews Bagger GP class. What a way to finish the season.
Yeah, that was an impressive ride from Corey. A very impressive season from Ruben. Hats off to the fueling team on that championship. And, that's something to be proud of. They actually built a very impressive motorcycle. They showed us all year long that, they were the team to beat. And they came out here every round and did just that. And we're on the top step of the box all the way through, except for the little mishap from yesterday.
Man, and look at that. Cody Gilmore was right on the rear end of Sam Guerin headed through the line. So definitely going to be some confidence carried into next year's season for Cody Gilmore, and deservingly so. Wave to the fans there. Corey West, Ruben Zaus, thanking everybody for coming out, and got to thank a lot of those fans. Wait a second. He was trying. I thought he was going to be able to break it loose.
Well, congrats. Even if you couldn't do the burnout, Ruben, we knew what the intentions were there.
So hand in the air. Victory going to Corey West. Look at that big wheelie there. Corey comfortable on that back wheel. Doesn't matter what the bike is. And I'm sure the fans love to see it. And, man, we love to see him back out here at BRL, man. An impressive, return, the best way to put it, for Corey, and then Shane as well up on the podium. There you see the fans absolutely loving to see their favorite riders and enjoying the final race of the 2024 season. They're probably all going to get ready to head down to the podium because we're going to start some celebrating here soon, Tony.
We will definitely be celebrating. We got a lot of hardware to give away. We got race winners, we got weekend winners, and we got series winners to give away. A lot of trophies and a lot of hardware to give away down there. So I'm going to head down to Winner's Circle, and I will see you guys back down there.
Sounds good. Thanks, Tony. We take a look at our Racer TV rundown here for the Bagger GP class. Corey West, Ruben Zaus, and Shane Narbonne, your top three, with Sam Guerin and Cody Gilmore rounding out the top five. Gunnar Olette, Jesse Janish, Oleg Pianik, and Arnie Wells, your top 10 from the Andrews Bagger GP class here today. Man, I think that the 2024 season is coming to a close. There's the burnout. He said, I'm getting it one way or another. Ruben Zau celebrating the championship. Hard fought after a tough day yesterday. He got knocked down. He picks back up. And, man, what a way to do it. What a way to get the job done. Ruben Zau celebrating. And we're going to be celebrating with them down on the podium here in just a little bit. Like Tony was saying, a whole lot of hardware still to go. Still to give out. We've got race winners, we've got weekend winners, and we've got championship winners as well. Going to be a ton of fun. I cannot wait to see it. There you see Ruben breaking things down with his team. And like Tony said, I think it won't be long before we see Ruben already getting back to work. High fives being handed out, knuckles, everything else. Everybody wants to congratulate the champ after an incredible season, and going to be able to knock a couple of ones off of that bike if he wants to and be running the number one next season. Be very exciting to see, and excited to see what the competition looks like next year as well. There you see a huge show of sportsmanship there. That's awesome between Ruben Zau and Sam Guerin. They had a true battle throughout the season, and good to see those guys able to congratulate each other and be so supportive of one another as well. They all try their best, and man, really impressive to see from all of those guys. So we're going to start to get things dialed in down here at the podium, and we'll be chatting it up with them here momentarily. You can see the fans running down, wanting to get their spot at the podium. They do not want to miss the celebrations. You can see a very elated Ruben Zau talking about exactly what was going on. And it's going to be fun to hear. Like I say, my favorite time is to hear exactly what those riders have got to say. And there's only one way to find out exactly what they were feeling out on track, and that's to talk to them down on the podium. It's going to be coming up here in just a few minutes. Going to allow them to maybe wipe the sweat off, take a sip of water, and then we'll get ready for Tony to chat it up with them out on the podium. Going to be a whole lot of celebrating going on, from weekend to race to championship winners, here from the finale of the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Well, it sounds like before we get our racers up on the podium, we are going to catch another word with our sponsors one more time, and then when we come back, we'll be celebrating up on the podium, championships to give away, champagne to spray, and some good times to have. This is the highlights right here. This has been the day. Corey West getting the job done, but Ruben Zau wrapping up the championship. We'll be right back with podium celebrations here at Bagger Racing League.
Hello friends, this is Ruben Zau. You're watching BRL on Race TV.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the season finale of the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. The season has come to a close. The final checkered flag has fallen, and the only thing left to do is to celebrate with the riders that were able to put on a show for us all year long. There you see the big three here today out of our Bagger GP class. Of course, Corey West, there in the orange, white, and black, your race winner. Ruben Zaus, right to the left-hand side of your screen. That is your championship. And then your reigning champion, Shane Narbonne, right there, chatting it up with him as well. And this is cool. I mean, this is three of the greats right there hanging out, talking with one another, and talking about the race, celebrating, having a good time. And that's what it's all about. It is so cool to see how much fun these guys have, how much they enjoy racing with us here at Bagger Racing League. And, man, we can't wait to get the podiums started off. Oh, yeah, Ruben's pumped up. He's ready to go. We're pumped up and ready to get these podiums started as well. So going to get all the hardware figured out and get all the trophies in place. Like we said, got a lot of celebrating to do here to close out the season. And, man, it's going to be a fun one. We got the crowd making their way around. Everybody got their BRL merchandise. They got the T-shirts. They're ready to rock. Going to make some noise for their favorite riders. And I like seeing the kiddos out there as well. Got the future BRL champs hanging out with us, getting ready to do some racing with us in the years to come. So the future looking bright right now. I'm telling you what a way to close off the season with probably some of the fiercest competition, some of the biggest turnouts, and, man, just makes me excited to see what 2025 has in store. And that's a special moment right there. Corey West grabbing the win, his first race with his son here. And it's so cool to see the family atmosphere. We talk about it all the time. It's a race family out here at BRL, but, man, got to be a special moment for the number 13. So congratulations to him. And getting close here. Fans kind of making their way around. Want to make sure everybody's here before we get the podium started. Grabbing some photos and going to be popping some bottles and making some noise for their favorite riders here in just a few. Once again, we want to thank all of... Oh, wait a second. There it is. All right, Tony Tucker, we're ready. Hanging out with our reigning champ, Shane Narbonne, third on the day. Tony, we'll toss it down to you.
All right. We are down here with Shane Narbonne. Shane, that was a hard-fought battle. It was a great race. Walk us through what you were going through out there.
Yeah, I got a good start. I just tried to hang with them as long as I can. We were just behind the 8 ball a little bit. It happens, and it's our first time on this bike, like I said yesterday. So just the progression from yesterday to today was already better, but I think we just needed a little bit more time. First off, congratulations to Ruben and the whole fueling team. We've been battling for the last 4 years, so to see them win a championship and it's pretty cool. So congratulations to them, and it's cool to have Corey out here for sure, and having good battles, and it was a good day, good weekend overall, and can't thank the whole Trash Turbo team enough. Guys back at home, all the guys here, they worked their butt off just to let me go race this thing. So I'm honored to be it. It's not what we wanted, but everyone doesn't have the greatest weekend sometimes. So hats off to them, these guys. Hats off to the whole fans. It was awesome seeing a bunch of guys out there and watching us race. So big thanks to Pirelli Tires, too. They're coming on board, and they've been helping me for the last couple of years. So hats off to them. And I don't know about next year, but we'll see what happens. And, this one hurts a little bit, but I'm hungry. I'm hungry to do it again if we do it. So.
Right on. Well, congratulations. I really hope to see you guys back out here in 2025. We got a third-place trophy here for you. Everybody put your hands together for Shane Narbonne and the Trash Turbo Systems Road Glide. Thanks, Shane.
All right. A huge congratulations to Shane there. And like you said, maybe a little bit unsatisfied, a little hungry for more. And, man, but hats off. What a race today. What a performance. And like you said, maybe a little behind the 8 ball, but a great performance. Hey, standing by with second place on the day, but the big number 1 at the end of the season, Tony Tucker, standing by with Ruben Zaus.
Yeah, we are here with Ruben Zaus. Ruben, You had the championship in sight. You went out and did exactly what you needed to do to bring home the championship. Did you feel like you had anything for Corey? Did you kind of just settle in there and realize that was the wise thing to do, sitting in second? What were you going through out there in the race?
No, I missed the race from yesterday. You know, that second race I've learned a lot with Corey, the last sector, and I improved a lot of my lap times. And it's a shame because that could be yesterday. So I could learn things and to put a longer sprocket because now the bike was revving everywhere. So I was stuck because my own setup. So I couldn't at least be close to him. I mean, that I just lose because I cannot overtake, not because I have a setup limitation. But I've learned a lot with him. I just enjoyed. We rode 26 flats. I mean, that's incredible lap times compared what people's riding in here. I feel that the team feeling did improve the bike during all this 12 months. Last year wasn't a banter, 12 months ago. The bike was completely difficult to ride. Many things weren't at the position. And today we seem to be competitors or competitive against Salomon, that is a big team in the big series.
Well, thank you, Ruben, on a hard-fought season. Hats off to you and the Fueling team. A really impressive season. And thank you. Everybody put your hands together for Ruben Zaus and Team Fueling.
Well, a huge congratulations to Ruben, and Tony hit the nail on the head. He said, I don't think it'll take long for Ruben to start dissecting exactly what he needed to do. So there it is, Ruben with the trophy over the hand. And believe we're going to be catching up with our winner next, moving to the center of the podium and getting the job done in dominating fashion here today. Tony Tucker standing by with the number 13, Corey West.
Yes, we are down here with Corey. Corey, in another impressive ride. It looks like everything was clicking, and you were gelling with the motorcycle. We saw you wheeling up the hill a little bit. Looks like you were having some fun out there. A great weekend for Team Sodelman, a great return to the Bagger Racing League. Tell us about your weekend.
Oh, man, it couldn't have gone any better, just winning everything that we signed up for. But big shout-out to the Saddleman Race Development crew. This is an awesome way to end the season with 4 wins. The win on the Bagger feels really good. We came to the BRL and did a lot of racing and only got third a couple times on the Bagger. So this is redemption for us. It feels really good. And it was a long season, and just happy to come out on top with a couple of wins. And, it's a great way to go into the off season, and now I can finally relax with my family.
Well, I know you got a great team, a lot of great support. Who do you need to thank here today?
Obviously, Dave and the boys from Saddleman, my beautiful wife, for everything she does for me. Everybody. Mission Foods, Motul, Noms, Dark Horse. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of stickers on the side of the bike that goes into making this happen. Drag Specialties, Bell Helmets, 4th Street Leathers. Anybody and everybody, all the fans that are out here. It's awesome to see the fan support, all the people up on the hill. This has been an awesome weekend.
Right on. Well, congratulations, Corey. Hey, we have a number 1 trophy here, and we also have the weekend championship belt to give you. That belt, I'm a little bit jealous, man. Everybody put your hands together. Corey West, Team Saddleman.
Well deserved. Going to get the trophy and get the belt as well. There it is. Rocket Rob Bidas presenting it to him. Throw that thing over the shoulder. There it is. You deserved it. Going to hop up on the podium. And let's see. There it is. I knew what he was going for. The first race with the new baby boy. And what better way to celebrate than on the center of the podium with him. That is awesome to see. So cool. There you go. Going to lean the plaque on the boots. Got the shot, and there it is, folks. Your Bagger GP podium here from the weekend. A huge congratulations once again to Corey West, Ruben Zaus, and Shane Narbonne, your top 3 here in the Bagger GP class. What a race. What a way to close off the season. Absolutely incredible. And we're going to do some shuffling around here. And looks like we're going to celebrate our title coming up as well.
All right, we're back down here. Rob Idos, you're going to present Ruben's House with our series championship #1 plate. Rob, take it away.
Now, thanks a lot, Tony. Ruben, it's been a pleasure to see you race all year with us. We couldn't be any prouder to have you run our #1 plate that is going to be adorning the front of your bike. Congratulations, and thank you for being our champion.
Yeah, thanks to everybody. It was a really nice season. I enjoyed so much being around you. I've learned something more in my career of racing. I never thought I was going to race a bike with luggage or baggers. And well, I'm here. I mean, and I'm also trying to bring that to Europe, and I think people is waking up, on the series worldwide. So it's also a big pleasure that we have today here Shane and Sam and Corey, because Corey and Shane raised up the level this weekend, and I needed something like that, to see where is the limit of that situation, and nothing. Very happy with the team. Felon did a good job. The bike is running every time better and better, and whoever will jump on that bike with a good level can really fight for the championship.
Well, I'd like to invite Team Fueling to come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2024 champion, Ruben Zaus.
And the crowd goes wild. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, absolutely going to let our Team Fueling celebrate up there with their champ, Ruben Zaus. Grab a photo, and that's what it's all about. They've been working towards this for, we say all year, but it's been long before that. I'm sure there's a lot of time and a lot of effort that leads up to this, and this is what they've been waiting for. So a huge congratulations to not only Ruben, but the whole team as well, as they get the job done. All smiles up there on the podium, the happiest place on the property. And I'm going to grab some shots and make sure, got to get everybody, got to get the full team up there. So coming up after that, we will be celebrating with our Pirelli Pro Stock Bagger class. We'll be chatting it up with them, hearing from your top three, like we said, not only on the race, but get that weekend championship belt put out, and then the championship itself, or I should say the weekend winner, if you will. Got the big shiny gold belt, and then we'll be handing out those #1 plates as well. So now we're going to do some shuffling around. We'll get those bikes moved out of the way, bring in the next group, our Pirelli Pro Stock Bagger class, get those bikes set up, and hear from our top three. So we're doing some shuffling around here. Once again, want to give a huge shout out to Andrews, the title sponsor there for our Bagger GP class. Andrews High Performance Cams and Gears, jumping on board and sponsoring our title class, if you will. And we couldn't thank them enough. And like Ruben was saying, the future's looking bright for Bagger Racing and the Bagger Racing League all across the country. I think with each and every passing round, there's new faces that are going, wow, that looks like a lot of fun, not only just to watch, but for the people doing it as well. They come off the track with a smile. It's a unique opportunity, and I really liked what I was hearing from Ruben. The goal is not just to be able to do this all across the country, but to take this worldwide and be able to have some of the best baggers in the entire globe compete against one another in legendary race courses all across the world, like we have here at Willow Springs. So exciting things to come for the Bagger Racing League future. So getting those bikes moved around, gotta take a moment. Starting to bring in those Pro Stock baggers, get them set up. We'll be chatting with our top three here soon. Nice up-close shot of those bikes. Like I said, absolute work of arts. They can go fast, don't get me wrong. We've seen they can go fast, but, man, they look good, too. You get up close and personal with them. And another thing Tony touched on earlier, as far as being at a BRL event in person, the sounds, the smells, it's a sensory overload, if you will, out here because, man, it's fantastic that each bike's got unique little things about them that make them different and make them more comfortable for those riders. And so it's impressive to see, and just shows that there's multiple ways to win, multiple ways to build a bike, and the world of innovation as far as for these baggers is continuing to grow with each and every passing race. And all of our great sponsors and great companies involved with that are on the forefront of it. And that's what's so cool is that we are kind of breaking ground as far as pushing the envelope and pushing what these machines are capable of doing. Sounds like we've got Tony Tucker standing by down at the podium with our Pirelli Pro Stock bagger.
Yeah, we are back down here in Winner's Circle with our Pirelli Pro Stock bagger class, third place finisher Arnie Wells. It was a hard-fought battle out there. I saw you battling out there with Clay, and you were able to, stay calm, bring home that third place finish. Walk us through your race.
Yeah, so he started in front of me. I got a better start, and so did Tony, and so I had to work around Tony, and then that battle was just great. Clay definitely outrode me today. I just had more motor, and yeah.
Well, it was a great battle. We watched it unfold on screen. You probably didn't see it. Clay had a little bit of a scare. The back end stepped out, and it looks like that was just enough to kind of give you the comfortable lead over him. But hats off to you, and a great season. Give your sponsors some love.
Yeah, Suburban Motor, Harley-Davidson, Jolly Good Soda, Bridgestone Tires, Sly Fox, LS2 Helmets, Bison Leathers, NAMS, Alloy Art, Hayes Brakes, Bassani Exhaust, Performance Machine, Legend Suspension, Drag Specialty, and Fueling.
Right on, everybody. Put your hands together for our third place finisher in the Pirelli Pro Stock bagger class, Arnie Wells.
Great stuff there from Arnie, and not only a fantastic weekend, but a great season as well. And glad to have him back up on the box with us. And we'll get ready to head over to the far side of the podium and send it back down to our man Tony Tucker standing by with the 199, your second place finisher.
Yeah, we are down here with Danny Spina. Danny, we talked a little bit earlier today. You said you were feeling under the weather. It sounds like you're losing your voice, but it didn't stop you from going out there and battling, bringing home a second place finish. Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, again, feeling under the weather a little bit. Cody had that little bit extra today, and I had nothing for him. Around lap 4, I was gassed, couldn't hang on anymore, and I just looked behind me, was clear, and just kept rolling.
Right on, Danny. I know you got some sponsors you need to thank.
Absolutely. Black Widow Creations Carbon Fiber, Fueling Parts, Motul USA, and Ultra Cool.
Right on, Danny. Thanks for powering through the illness. I hope you get feeling better. Everybody put your hands together for our second place finisher in the Pirelli Pro Stock bagger, Daniel Spina.
Great stuff there from Danny, and especially to be able to have that kind of a performance while not being at 100% health-wise. That is really impressive. So great to have him out here and back up on the podium again here today. And that means that, there it is. Nice little handshake there between Danny and Arnie. And that means there's one rider left to talk to. Your undefeated champion in the center of the box, Tony Tucker, stands by with Cody Gilmore.
Yes, we are here with Cody Gilmore. Cody, hats off to you on the season. Very impressive to watch you all season long. You went out there and just brought home another win. You went undefeated on the year. So that's a huge accomplishment to you and the team. But walk us through what you were feeling out there today.
Yeah, today I was just trying to get out and have a good, clean race. We actually had a little problem in practice and about to end up going down. And, we got the bike fixed back up and was able to get back out there and get a good race in, which was awesome. Danny kept me on my toes all weekend, and Arnie was awesome right back there too. And, man, they just had to concentrate and make sure I could throw down some of my best times of the weekend on this last race because I knew these guys were going to be after it. So, yeah, it was good.
Right on, Cody. Well, we got a little bit of hardware. We got a first-place trophy on the day. We've got a weekend belt to present you with for the weekend champion. And, congratulations, everybody. Put your hands together. Cody Gilmore, the weekend winner here. Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, thank you. Man, I just want to give a shout-out to everyone that's here helping us and all my friends. First of all, Joe, Catherine, Aaron at Suburban Motors HD. they get us out here. They got a whole team of us riders back there, and they get us and make this happen. So huge thanks to them. Bridgestone, Rory, and the whole crew over there, they've been getting us dialed all year, and as you can see, Bridgestone's my main sponsor on my bike. So thanks to them. Man, just everyone that's helped us out this year, it's been awesome. My girlfriend, SJ, Jolly Good, Sly Fox, LS2, Bison, Hayes, Nams. Man, I could just go on, and huge shout-out to Drake Specialties, Legends. Thank you, guys.
Right on. Put your hands together for Cody Gilmore, our weekend winner. Thank you, Cody.
So Cody Gilmore getting the job done in dominating fashion, grabbing the win, grabbing the belt, and getting the championship wrapped up as well. He throws the belt over the shoulder, and there it is, folks. Put your hands together. The Pirelli Pro Stock Bagger Podium here from the final round of the 2024 season. Grab the photos for the gram. Make sure everybody's knows exactly how you did this weekend. Everybody getting the shots. You've earned it. Probably everybody's starting to think about where they're going to be celebrating here later this afternoon. They've been working hard. Been a long, not only just a long day, a long weekend, but a long series as well. And the hard work certainly pays off for sure. And so he's got a trophy. He's got a belt. How about a number 1 plate? We're going to send things down to Tony Tucker with Rob Bidas to present the championship plate.
Yeah, we are down here with Rob Bidos, the man. He's got a number 1 plate to present. Take it away, Rob.
Thank you very much, Tony. Cody Gilmore, it is my pleasure on behalf of the BRL to present you with the Pirelli Pro Stock Championship for 2024. Congratulations. We're honored to have you represent us.
He has been waiting for that, working hard. Cody Gilmore gets the job done in your Pirelli Pro Stock Bagger class and walks away the undefeated champ for the 2024 season. A huge congratulations to not only Cody, but the whole team as well. They've worked super hard, and going to have the whole team come up, grab a photo with them. Look at that guy said, wait a second, I want to be in the photo. He's running towards the podium. And this is what I mean when we say it takes a village. Each and every one of those people you see on the podium has a crucial role, an important part as far as getting those riders, whether it's Cody, whether it's Arnie, out on the track and performing at the best of their ability. And not only are they there when things go right, but they're also there to help when things go wrong and when things are unexpected. So great to see all of those guys up there. Tony, back down to you.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I just wanted to jump back in. Cody just wanted to thank this whole team that's standing right here behind him. What better way to do that than having all these guys right behind him? They've had his back all season. Who do you need to thank, Cody?
Yeah, man, I just also wanted to give a shout-out to all of our mechanics. Like I said earlier, we have about 4 or 5 bikes over there, and Chris and everyone that's been helping, Sean, man, we have a whole crew back there. So thanks to our mechanics, and thanks for the hustle of getting my bike back on the track today.
Right on. Everybody put your hands together for Team Suburban Motors.
Look at these guys will do it all. They'll fix the bike. They'll fasten the championship belt. They'll do it all. That's what it's all about. Making sure whatever it takes, they help get the job done. To the victors go the spoils. Cody Gilmore walking away with some serious hardware here to close out the season. And it's always cool to see the appreciation from the riders as well. Obviously, we focus on the racing out on the track, but so many things go on behind the scenes. Like Cody was saying, the mechanics, the engineers, the techs that all help put these bikes together and allow them to be on the cutting edge of the bagger racing world. So a huge shout out to all of them, whether it's the championship teams or teams that are still building and trying to work their way to the top step of the podium. We're glad to have them out here as we get ready to make our way to the Barnett Cables and Clutches Super Street Bagger Podium, which is going to be coming up next. Going to shuffle these bikes around, grab a few more photos, and then we'll be chatting it up with the Super Street Baggers coming up next. We'll have another championship belt or another championship plate to hang out, another weekend winner belt, as well as our podium plaques from the day. Glad to see the fans all hanging out, making sure these riders are appreciated and properly celebrated as they should be. So we'll do a little bit of shuffling around here, move those bikes through, get ready to bring in our next group. And like we talked about, so many of these sponsors. Obviously, we had Andrews Products there in the Bagger GP, and Pirelli stepping up humongously as far as for this Pro Stock Bagger class, the title sponsor for that class. And man, it's awesome, because it's without these companies, these classes don't exist. These races don't exist. This series doesn't exist. So I cannot overstress just how appreciative we all are from announcer to racer to promoter to participant, fan. None of this would happen if we didn't have these amazing sponsors help us out. So getting the bike set up, put in place here. Gonna throw that number 8 machine up on the stand. And bring in the rest of our group. There he is, double hatting it. Jake Masters feeling good. We're going to be catching up with him here shortly. Going to be another rider walking away with some pretty serious hardware this weekend. And then, of course, the 27 rounding out our podium up here in the second place spot on the far side of the box. So going to be chatting with them here in just a minute or two, get those bikes set up. I talked about this yesterday. That's one of my favorite parts about the way the podiums work here at Bagger Racing League. Not only do you have the riders and do you have them up on the box and get to hear from them, but here at Bagger Racing League, we put the bikes on display as well. We put them right up front so you can look at them. You can see exactly what these folks did battle on and what they were riding when they went out and performed for you guys. So really cool opportunity for you to get up close and personal with the machines as well as with the riders. So great stuff there. You can see Jake Masters and Carl Schlack there talking about the race, going back and forth, talking about maybe the whole season. I mean, these guys have been with us from the start of the season to now, and really making sure that Carl, obviously not just a racer with us, but helping to promote the series and continuing to help us grow, and Jake doing the same thing by continuing to put on impressive performances. So great stuff going on down there at the box, and we should be just about ready to send things down to our man Tony Tucker standing by.
Whoa, we got hats coming in hot here. Hey, we are down here in Winner's Circle with our podium finishers. This is the Barnett's Clutches and Cables Super Street Class Podium. Carl, what a way to finish off the season. Third place on the day. Walk us through your race.
Well, first of all, the whole season was awesome. Today, I just try to get out front and get away from some of these guys that, they probably get around me, but I had a blast. Big shout out to Sean and Jake. They were riding great all season, and the track was awesome today. We didn't have as much wind, and I just had a blast out there. Couldn't wait to get to the checkered.
Carl, I know you got a long list of sponsors. Who do you need to thank today?
Thanks, Tony. First, you and the whole BRL crew. Chance at Barnett for sponsoring the class. Of course, the Lord for keeping me safe. My family back home. Joe at Suburban Fueling, Motozilli, Palm Pouch, Rory Bridgestone, all those guys, man. Sly Fox, Custom Culture, Ultra Cool, by Tubo, Suspension helping me out. We're really looking forward to next year with HHI, Hog Halter. It was great to have Mark and Beth here. And everybody, OG, Aiden Customs, Empire Home, Remodeling, Ernesto, thank you. Man, too many to list. DP Brakes, Larry Mills, amazing. Everybody who got this whole season and kept me out here, thank you. Everyone I forgot, I love you.
Right on. Thank you, Carl, and congratulations on your third place finisher. We got Chance Darling bringing in your third place trophy from Barnett. Thanks, Chance. Oh, that doesn't look like Chance. We threw an audible there. Back up to you, Zach.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, absolutely. Celebrations. Hats are flying. Trophies are getting passed out. It's chaos down there at the podium, but that's the way it should be. Kicking things off in style. A huge congrats to Carl, their third on the day. And we head back down to Tony, standing by with second place.
We're down here with Sean Hoffman. Sean, you're one of the better stories in the pits this year, I think. Kind of mechanics turned racer, and you find yourself on the podium on the regular here. Another second-place finish, a great season to you. Hats off to you and your team. But walk us through your day today and how you felt on the year.
So far this year has been great. It's good to end the year on a high.
I'm just glad I could make it out here, and there were so many people to get me out here and help me do what I do. I want to thank Suburban a ton, and Joe and Joan for allowing me to do this, and my mom and dad and all my family back home. You guys are the support system of my whole being here. Just a bunch of people. DP Brakes, Bridgestone Tires, Legend Suspension, Performance Machine, whole bunch of people.
Right on, everybody. Put your hands together for Sean Hoffman and Team Suburban Motors. You got your second place trophy here. Thank you, Sean.
A huge congratulations to Sean Hoffman. Yeah, like Tony was saying, such a cool story, and cool to see it work out for him with another podium finish out here this weekend. Great stuff. But now the only person left in the center of the box is the other undefeated champion of the 2024 season, Jake Masters, standing by with our Tony Tucker.
Yes, we are here with Jake Masters. Jake, you have owned this Barnett Super Street class all season, going undefeated. Hats off to you, or two hats off to you in your case. But kudos to you. Talk to us about today and your entire season here.
Yeah, the day today was awesome. The Suburban Motors Harley-Davidson Performance Machine bike was riding so good. I've had a really good season, obviously. I've done 6 wins out of everything, so undefeated for that. I'm very happy I got to come to this class and do that. Pumped with the boys. They rode so sick. We've all been trying to figure it out this year, and we've definitely come a long way from the first race, so very, very happy.
I know you got a great team. Who do you need to thank today?
Need to thank Joe and all the boys, Jake, my girlfriend for coming out and supporting me. It takes a big crew of people to put this together, but all the sponsors that have made this bike what it is, thank you very much. And yeah, it takes a big team of us.
Right on, Jake. We got a beautiful gold belt here. You're the champion on the weekend, and we'll be back to present you with a #1 plate here real soon. But go ahead and bring in that belt. Everybody put your hands together. This is your Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Podium here at the finale here at Willow Springs. Back up to you, Zach.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, and a huge congratulations to Jake and the entire team grabbing a lot of hardware here this weekend. He's got the plaque. He's got the belt. Throws it over the shoulder. That's what it's all about. Been working hard for it. Your podium looking good, and man, what a way to finish the season. I mean, these guys have been consistent all year long. They've been working hard, and just goes to show that Barnett Cables and Clutches Super Street Bagger class looking very strong for next year. And believe we still got a little more hardware to pass out with the 51. We'll try to get him back up to the center of the box and should be looking to hand out a championship plate here in just a minute. So Jake hanging out right now, going to be waiting on that #1 plate he's been dreaming of, working hard for, and he has certainly earned it with his performance out here this year. And we'll get ready to send it back down here in just a second. And all right, Tony Tucker, breaking some things down here, making sure we know exactly what we're doing. And all right, Tony, if you're ready, take it away.
Okay, we are down here with Chance Darling from Barnett Clutches and Cables to present the #1 plate to Jake Masters on the season. Take it away.
Jake, you did a great job this year, and I'm from Barnett Clutches for the race championship. It was your #1 plate.
Thank
you. Did
you.
a great job. Thank you very much.
Everybody put your hands together for Jake Masters, Chance Darling, and Barnett Clutches and Cables. Our series champion, Jake Masters, everybody.
So Jake got the plaque, got the belt, and got the #1 plate. Going to call the team back up and do some more celebrating. Man, these guys are going to be pumped up. It's going to be a good night to be hanging out in those pits for sure. They have worked hard. It's been a long season, and they certainly have earned all the success that they've had here on the 2024 season. So there it is, the big #1 up in the air. The crowd goes crazy, and a huge congratulations once again to Jake Masters there, grabbing the win. and that entire team involved. Like we said, I mean, I can't stress it enough how important each and every person is up on the box. And, yeah, without them, the team doesn't work at 100%. And, we highlighted the teamwork in the sidecar classes, but it really is. It's teamwork just as much involved as far as these bagger classes go as well. Maybe a little more behind the scenes as far as not between the green flag and the checkers. But, man, yeah, you got to have the right people around you to be able to be successful in any form of racing, but especially out here in the BRL. So we'll move these bikes out and get ready to call in our next group, and that should be our sidecar classes. So that'll be another opportunity to get up close and personal with those sidecars, check those things out, and talk to our teams that were able to put their machines up on the podium here this weekend. Going to move those sidecars up. Like we said, our man Larry Coleman doing a great job of giving us a ton of information as far as the development of these machines, the way they're continuing to be developed, and technology moving to America over from the European side of stuff. And, yeah, just really cool to see how much goes into these and how much has changed over the years as well. And to have somebody that's kind of been there, done that, not only as a rider and as a person involved with sidecar racing, but also as to be able to give such in-depth commentation as far as what those racers are going through.
I don't care.
So getting those sidecars pushed up towards the podium now. Taking a look at that green machine we got to really take a close look at earlier today in one of those featured segments, really break down exactly what it looks like even with the body off, and what the riders look like as far as when they're out on the course and what they're going through. So we'll get ready to send it down to Larry Coleman standing by
Sidecar
on the
racing
podium.
with the BRL this weekend, sponsored by Barnett Clutches and Cables. We've got just one sidecar outfit here as an example for everybody to see, because everybody else is loading up. For these guys, it's race on Sunday, work on Monday, right? So this is Steve Stull and Michael McGovern. They're our third place winners here at this is the second time we've been to Willow Springs with BRL. Steve, how was? Did you have fun out there?
Absolutely, a lot of fun. Thank you for having us with the BRL, and thank you, Barnett, for being our sponsor for many years.
Barnett also sponsoring the BRL, the last class, as well as sidecars across the nation. So Barnett supports the sport. How was it out there, buddy? You're looking pretty good with Steve.
I'm getting ready. I hope to qualify eventually to race cross country. Maybe I could be out there in the Isle of Man. That's a big dream.
Big dreams, but hey, if you don't have dreams, you never know. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve and Michael are third place finishers. Second place, Frank Riolo, Wendell Aguilar. Congratulations. Wendell, I think you just stopped on with Frank this weekend, didn't you?
That's correct. A lot of fun, new rig out. We would like to see more participants, more sidecars. So please participate.
Frank, you were turning some impressive lap times out there within the same lap time as the winners. But this is the first weekend out for your bike. Are you pleased with the progress just in the first weekend?
Yeah, Larry. I had some shifting problems, so the whole lap I was pretty much in fifth gear, stuck there. And I think if we'd been able to shift, we could have given Bernard a run for his money.
I love it. Look out, Bernard. He's coming. Frank Rietto, Wendell Aguilar are our second place finishers. Here's the young lady with the trophy. Kevin Kowski. Bernard Ugly. Kevin, second-generation sidecar racer. Kevin, you guys been racing together a long time. You look great out there.
Thank you. You know what? We did well, and fantastic day of racing. And BRL is fantastic for having us here. Absolutely.
Thank you. Bernard, you started out with a pile of chrome moly tubing. You engineered, you designed, and you take it to the top of the podium. There's got to be some satisfaction in that.
Oh, I love that story. Isn't that great? My own rig, and I do pretty well with it. So we're having a great time. We had a good start, thanks to Mike Taylor from Barnett. He gave us an awesome clutch. So we had a good start, and I think that's where I beat Frank to begin with. And then after that, it was just trying to stay ahead of him. So I put my head down and rode it like you stole it.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Your Barnett Clutches and Cable BRL Sidecar winners for the weekend. Of course.
I'd also like to thank Mike Taylor from Barnett for everything he does for the sport. Larry Coleman, of course, for everything you do for the sport. I've got to thank SF Racing, and I've got to thank my wife and my daughter, Jana and Jada, who are watching this right now on Racer TV. And, of course, Wendell for coming in and kicking ass and just doing a great job. And I'd also like to thank Roman for making it out here. He never even seen a sidecar before Friday, this guy, and he's an animal. So thank you very much, Larry.
How about, we didn't get the sponsors. It's my
I
fault.
want to say one more time, though, thank you very much to the BRL Racing League and the Barnett Clutches, and also a special thank you to Wade Boyd, Eric Lindau, and the guys that got me into racing. And please, we do encourage more people to please reach out, and if you'd like to ever try to be a passenger, we can provide you with some gear, and please come talk to us. Not too many, as we want to get that social aspect up, so please, anything, we're just always out there to build that community, so if you want to reach out, we can get you contacts. So thank you very much. One more time to BRL and Barnett Clutches.
Steve, any sponsors you want to thank?
Well, thank you, Barnett, and actually Yo-Yo-Dyne Clutches as well. Yo-Yo-Dyne provided the slipper clutch, and Barnett supplied the springs and plates, and it's been in the bike now for 10 years and still no failure.
Love that Barnett stuff. Mike Taylor, the boss man at Barnett Tool and Engineering, Barnett Clutches and Cables, to present some trophies. Yep, the championship for the year goes to Bernard and Kevin. No?
They get one of those, and you guys keep one.
Oh, okay. Sidecar finish for the weekend. Thank you, BRL. Thank you, Barnett Clutches and Cables.
Great weekend at Willow Springs.
Right, huge congratulations to all three of our podium finishing teams there. And going to walk away with the number one plates for the weekend. Awesome to see those. Awesome to see how appreciative the drivers and the teams are as well for BRL having them out there, and always cool to see them encouraging participation and having people, new faces, come out and join their series. So we're gonna get those sidecars moved over, and then we'll be moving on to our next podium. And there you see the number 13, lucky 13, if you will, back towards the center of the podium once again. Should be coming up next with our DP Brakes Liquid Cooled Twins class. Once again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. We spent a lot of time talking about how fast the machines go, how hard they're able to charge, the torque, the power. But with all that power, you got to be able to get the machine stopped. You got to be able to keep the machine stopping, keep those brakes working. And our friends over at DP Brakes help do a great job with that. I know Larry Mills in the house, a huge supporter of the BRL and continuing to help innovate and improve the brake technology for these machines so that the riders are able to continue to push the envelope with them, race them as hard as they can. And great stuff down there as Tony Tucker standing by with one of our podium finishers.
All right, we are down here with our DP Brakes Liquid Cooled Twins class, third place finisher, Gilbert Conde. Congratulations on a great race. Walk us through the race today.
I had a bad start, so these guys checked out on me once again. Last year I was putting down 130s. I was hoping to be in contention this year. I made a bunch of changes. Suspension, everything was fine, just down a ton of horsepower, so it wasn't even in the cards, but it was fun.
Well, it was a great battle out there. We saw you mixing it up with the boys. We enjoyed watching it on the screen. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank today?
No, just my friends and family. They always got my back, always got my support. So come out here. They support me, and I love doing it, so that's all that matters.
Right on, Gilbert. Congratulations. Everybody put your hands together for a real grassroots racer here. Gilbert Conde, our DP Brakes Liquid Cooled Twins third place finisher. We got a third place trophy. Thanks, Gilbert.
So a huge congrats there to Gilbert there, the third place finisher for the day. A very solid performance back on the box. And another, might be a new face here at BRL, but getting mighty comfortable. Finishing up on the podium, Tony Tucker standing by.
Yeah, we are down here with Vincent Wilson, the number 11 Alloy Art Pan America. Vincent, it's been a pleasure watching you this weekend. We look forward to seeing a lot more of you going forward into next year. Hope to see you back out here. But walk us through what you were feeling out there today on this new motorcycle.
Today was a lot more comfortable than yesterday. It was a lot warmer today as well. And pretty much the same repeat as yesterday. Corey took off, and I was kind of in a lonely ride in second. But I did pick up some stuff from Corey in the 3 or 4 corners I could stick with him. So, maybe next year if I can get some seat time in and we do a lot of, adjustments to the bike and suspension, because we haven't touched the suspension at all this weekend, maybe I might be able to stick with him for more than 3 corners. But other than that, no, it was a great race, clean, and I feel like I didn't stand any lappers up, so that was all right. And, I want to thank all the team sponsors. I want to thank Shark Law. I want to thank Modal. I want to thank FDR. I want to thank Galfer, Bridgestone, and, of course, the Alloy Art team. I want to thank Justin, Phil, Rob, all the guys here that have, got me here this weekend. And, hopefully I can come back next year for a full season and try and take the championship.
Right on, Vincent. Congratulations to you and the Alloy Art team, and a great race and a great first weekend out on this bike. Thanks for your time. Put your hands together for Vincent Wilson, the number 11 Alloy Art Pan America, our second place finisher.
Vincent doing a great job and starting to get mighty comfortable up there on the podium. Excited to see what the future looks like for the number 11. But back in the center of the box, it's Tony Tucker standing by with the lucky 13.
Back down here with Corey West. Corey, we enjoyed the clinic that you put on earlier today with this Pan America. I believe you ran a 124 today. That's pretty impressive. You went a little bit faster than yesterday. I know earlier that's what you said you wanted to do. You found more speed, so mission accomplished. Tell us about your day.
Oh, man, it was awesome. We didn't even do the warm-up this morning on this thing, but, this is my baby. I love riding this Harley-Davidson Pan America. Saddleman has built such an incredible motorcycle. But, with the warmer temperatures, no wind, I just wanted to put my head down and see how fast we could really go, and it was awesome to have the fastest laps of the weekend on this thing. We did a 24.5, so felt really good on the bike, and it was a good way to end the year. Another win, and, got an awesome off-season now, and I can finally relax.
Right on. Well, I know you need to thank some sponsors. Who do you need to thank today?
Yeah, Saddleman, Harley-Davidson, Mission Foods, Motul. Everybody that's been a part of the crew this year. It's been a privilege working with everybody, and we'll try to carry this momentum into next year and try to win another championship.
Right on, Corey. We have Larry Mills from DP Brakes coming in with this championship on the weekend belt to present. Very cool, and we got that number 1 trophy as well. Put your hands together for Corey West and Team Saddleman.
So Corey West, the big winner of the weekends, got the plaque, got the belt to go along with it, and certainly has earned it with an incredible performance. I believe the fastest lap of the weekend here in this class, a 124. So impressive stuff from the number 13. They're going to hop up on the podium and do a little bit of celebrating. Going to grab some photos, get the shots, and then get ready to go. There it is. He knows. Look for the camera. Good stuff there from our entire podium. A huge congrats to all 3 of you guys. Well-deserved and an impressive performance from all of you. So we're going to move around just a little bit here. And sounds like we're going to send it back down to Tony.
All right, we are back down here to present the number one plate series champion. I got Larry Mills from DP Brakes. Larry, you got a few words to say?
Yeah, Corey, fantastic weekend, and you did it, man. You got the national championship for the Liquid Twins, so awesome job, man, and congratulations. All right?
Congratulations, Corey. Our series champion for the DP Brakes Liquid Twins class, Corey West, congratulations. Cool, thank you so much. Thank you.
So Corey West walking away with some serious hardware there. Got the plaque, got the belt, got the number one plate. Man, he is racking up. I love to see it, and we'd love to have him out here. That was awesome. Really an impressive ride, not only here in this class, but in that bagger class as well. So exciting stuff to come. Hopefully we'll see more of him next year. As now we move on to our next class, going to be our air-cooled twins. Going to move those bikes around. Get our air-cooled set up. Get those bikes put up on display. Make sure everybody gets to see the machine. Machine deserves some credit too, right? It's not all just the rider. So we'll get those put up on the stands, and then we'll chat it up with our top three. Once again, we want to remind you guys, if you're not already and you want to stay up to date on all things Bagger Racing League, make sure you're following us on social media at Bagger Racing League. It's that simple. BaggerRacingLeague.com as well for any updated information if you're looking for a little more in-depth classifications as to who can line up and race. But right now, we're sending it down to Tony Tucker back at the podium.
Right on. Thank you, Zach. We are back down here in Winter Circle. This is our air-cooled twins class, third-place finisher Brian Wamick. Seeing you up here 2 days in a row. It's a good sight. Congratulations. Walk us through your race today.
Oh, just, you know what, it was a beautiful day today. I wasn't fighting the wind like yesterday, and I was hoping to do a little better, but tires started fading and ran into some traffic. So, hey, we're on a podium, so I'm happy.
Well, it's a pleasure to see you keeping these Buells out here, these air-cooled Buells out here on the track and being competitive. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank today?
I do, absolutely. Law Tigers, NorCal, and Sierra Steel Harley Davidson, and Robert Tompkins Tree Service. Thank you.
Right on. Congratulations, Brian, our third-place finisher here in our air-cooled twins class.
Oh, yeah, holding that thing up. I love to see it. A huge congratulations there to our third-place finisher. And going to make our way down to the far side of the podium and chat it up. Tony Tucker standing by with second place.
We are down here with our second-place finisher, Joseph Gale. Joseph, walk us through your race. You had a good finish yesterday. You backed it up today. How are you feeling?
I actually feel really good. Had a good start coming off. I sat behind my teammate for a good part of the race and just kind of waited for my spot to pick and make the pass. And it was a really good, clean race. Had a lot of fun. Got some passes, got to mix it up a little bit, and no crashes, one piece, so that's all we can ask for.
Right on. I know you got some great support and sponsors. Who do you need to thank?
Well, I want to say big shout out first to RX2, our main sponsor. They make this all happen for us. Quaid Harley Davidson, CGM Insurance, all the people that are around us. Thank you guys. We couldn't do this without you. It's a whole team effort.
Right on. Thanks, Joseph, and congratulations on a second-place finish here in the air-cooled twins class. And got a second-place trophy here for you.
So a great job there. Second place, another solid finish. I believe that was back-to-back silvers, and Tony Tucker standing right by with the gold medal finisher, the center of the box. Tony, down to you.
Yeah, we are back down here with Jake McGuire. Jake, you've been a regular here all season long on the podiums here in the air-cooled twins class. You guys have traveled the distance around the country and followed us, but congratulations on a great season and a first-place finish today.
I appreciate it. Kind of felt like I was getting lucky all year, so it's nice to get out here and actually win a couple. Huge confidence boost.
Definitely, the confidence boost, kind of helps you carry into next year. Can we plan on seeing you in 2025?
It's still kind of up in the air right now, but trying to, if at all possible.
Right on, Jake. Well, congratulations. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank?
Yeah, absolutely. Harley-Davidson Bowling Green, Grim Reapers MC, Galfer Brakes, Fastline Track Days, and RC Components.
Right on. Congratulations. Put your hands together. Jake McGuire, our air-cooled twins, first-place finisher here.
So Jake certainly deserving of that gold plaque and going to hop up on the top step of the podium, get the shots with our entire top three. And we'll get ready to, once again, shuffle those bikes around, move on to our next class. And I believe that is going to be the lightweight superbike class coming up next. And we'll send it back down to the podium. Looks like we'll give him just a second. Make sure we got all of our info here. Once again, we appreciate everybody standing or hanging out with us here on racertv.com. There's the championship belt right there. One of our fantastic helpers, making sure we're getting the hardware passed out. And back down to you, Tony.
Okay, we got it all squared away. Jake, you got the belt on the weekend championship, finished in a 1-1. And we also get to present you with this #1 plate as the series champion in our air-cooled twins class. Congratulations, Jake McGuire, our season champion in our air-cooled twins class. Put your hands together, everybody.
The #1 plate and the championship belt as well. Walking away with some serious hardware. I love to see it. A huge congratulations. Be curious to see how many #1s we see being represented next year if we get any of our champs back. I know Jake said he was undecided yet, but man, the #1 sure would look good on that bike. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully he'll be able to come back and race with us some next year. And don't forget, if you guys have not already, make sure you follow it and subscribe to us here on Racer TV as well. Obviously, not only are we bringing you the Bagger Racing League, but pretty much all racing all the time over on Racer TV. Everything from our GNCC series to the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National. I believe we'll be showing the Mini Olympics down at Gatorback Cycle Park in Florida a little later as well this year. So still a lot of great racing action coming on Racer TV. And I always say, definitely click the subscribe button, but that little bell notification button as well is nice to let you know. Maybe you forgot there's the race going on. Maybe you weren't even aware and you're wanting to check it out. Turn those notifications on and you'll know exactly when Racer TV is going live with some more racing action. So going to get our next group of bikes pushed up towards the podium. There you see that KTM machine Tony and I have been talking about, looking good. There goes the 760, I believe. Get those things thrown up on the stand, and then we will get ready to chat it up with our top three. Maybe might just have two of them here today. But we'll go ahead and Looks like they got them ready to go. Tony, we'll go ahead and send it back down to you, standing by at the podium.
We are back down here for our lightweight Superbike top 2 finishers here. We're here with the number 760, Tom Nichols. Tom, a great race. Walk us through your point of view from out there today.
Well, I didn't get the start I did yesterday. I did a bonehead and left it in 3rd gear. So I was definitely last going into one this time. But I got it together after that, chased down a couple of people. The guy on the Harley that I battled with yesterday, I finally got up to him, and we had some fun. This time I got him, though, so it was fun.
Hey, that's all you want, right? If he got you yesterday, you get him today, right?
Today, yeah.
Right on. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank today, Tom?
I definitely want to thank Mike Norman at G-Force Engineering. He's kept me going on this and the classic Superbikes and does a great job. He's been out here supporting everybody this weekend.
Right on. Well, thank you, and congratulations on your 2nd place finish, and thanks for coming out and racing with us. Put your hands together for Tom.
So a huge congratulations to Tom there. A great performance out here today. And now we move over to the other side of the podium, standing by with Tony Tucker.
Yes, we are here with our 1st place finisher in the lightweight Superbike class, Frank Sinderman. Frank, this is a beautiful machine. We talked a lot about it on the broadcast. It's a beautiful machine. Give us an idea what it feels like to ride this thing.
Feels very light. It's 308 pounds, 125 horsepower. It's a real race bike, and I'm super happy that I own it.
I heard through the rumor mill that you keep this thing in your kitchen.
I have one in my living room, and then the second one is in my bedroom.
I like that. You're my kind of guy, Frank. You're my kind of guy. Do you have any sponsors that you need to thank?
Sign company in Northern California. They're responsible for all my decals, business cards, whatever. Mark 1 Motorsports in Vallejo, and XC1 Racing, which is myself, and Pirelli, of course, and thank Bridgestone for flipping my tires this weekend.
Right on. Well, thank you, Frank, and congratulations on a 1st place finish, and thanks for coming out here and racing with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Man, one in the living room and one in the bedroom. That is like the ultimate house setup right there. I love to see it. He's got the belt in hand, got the plaque passed out. A huge congratulations there to our entire podium. Great performance out here this weekend and today. And there you see great shot of the machines as well that helped them get up there. But wait, there's more. Tony, back down to you.
Yes, Zach, there is more. We're actually going to present you, Frank, with our series championship #1 plate here. You're going to need one more hand to hold all this hardware. But congratulations on taking home 1st place on the day, 1st place on the weekend, and also 1st place on the series. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you very much, and thank you for letting us race with BRL.
Thank you. Thanks.
Look at that. You guys are going to need an extra set of hands here. That means you're doing something right. Well, a huge congratulations once again. He says, hang on, I'm going to jump on the podium. I got the belt. I got the plate. He's a tall guy, too. Having ducked just a little bit, I understand. But he's probably feeling about 10 feet tall right now after winning that championship. So a huge congratulations once again to both of those riders. As we get ready to, once again, re-rack those bikes, shuffle them around. Move on to the next of our podium celebrations. And that should be coming up next, I believe, our next gen Superbikes. Man, look at those machines. This is, we were talking about this. A lot of these bikes, almost relics, if you will, built to represent previous bikes from previous racers and stuff like that. And it's almost like going into a museum, seeing an actual replica bike being raced out there. But these, it's not just you can look but can't touch. You can look at them, they can get on them, and they can race them as well at a high rate of speed. So great stuff there for this next gen Superbike class. And excited to catch up with your top three. We'll start things down on that beautiful yellow Yamaha machine, standing by with Tony Tucker. Oop. Hanging on, chatting
We
it up
are
just
ready.
a little bit.
Sorry,
Go
Zach.
ahead, Tony.
Sorry,
Absolutely,
Zach.
no worries.
We're getting things in order down here. We are down here with our next-gen Superbike class, our third-place finisher, Hans Heldrich. This is a beautiful machine. We saw you out there on the grid, a little Kenny Roberts throwback. Walk us through your race and tell us a little bit about this motorcycle, too.
Well, this is actually a Molly tribute. Molly was the guy that did all this stuff for Kenny Roberts, but I had a little challenge with some jetting and stuff. The thing ran pretty good. It was a nice bike and fast. And I really appreciate BRL for all the whole thing that got set up here. It was really nice to come out and do this.
Right on. Well, we thank you for coming out and racing with us. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank?
Superbikes Only. It's my own motorcycle restoration Superbike builder guy shop. So that's about it. It's just self-sponsored.
Right on. Well, true, kind of grassroots passion race team. Put your hands together for our third-place finisher here, Hans Heldrich.
Great ride there from Hans, and a huge congratulations once again on your third place finish here in the next gen Superbike class. We'll make our way over to the far side and get ready to send things back down to our man, Tony Tucker.
All right, we're back down here with our second place finisher, Jamie Hansen. Jamie, it's been a pleasure seeing you all year long through the series. You fought a tough battle. We saw you on screen battling back and forth with some of these bikes. Walk us through your race today and how you feel on your year here.
Well, I felt like I got a good jump into him, and then we went around turn one, and I got stuck on the inside of Carl on around two, and I couldn't, so I didn't want to scratch up his bike trying to go, between him and the grass or whatever. So I couldn't get around him fast enough, and then I ended up getting him in the ohm thing or whatever, then I just wanted to catch up with the KTM. That was my main goal today anyways, just to try to keep up with him, and then I got him. So I was still having a great ride for me, but the other guys gapped me too much that I couldn't catch them, so that's a bummer. But, otherwise my whole year here, it's been awesome, unbelievable. It's awesome being here in California. Nothing better to be doing this weekend. Happy to have my dad and my cousin with me here, and, it's just pretty awesome.
Right on. I know you got a good list of sponsors. Who do you need to thank here?
LM2 Racing, Trackside Labs, A Affordable Bail Bonds, Schultz Brothers Custom Remodeling, and DP Brakes, Bridgestone, and everyone else supporting me and everyone I forgot.
Right on. Everybody put your hands together for our second place finisher here, next gen Superbike, Jamie Hansen, the 911 bike.
Great ride there from Jamie, and a huge congratulations once again on a second place finish. And now we make our way to the center of the box and send things back down to Tony Tucker.
Yeah, we're back down here in Winter Circle with Darren. Darren, a great race on a beautiful motorcycle. Thanks for coming out and racing with us. Walk us through your race today.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a heart palpitation moment right before the race because we had a little issue, and thanks to G-Force engine development, man, they scrambled and got me back out there. It's been a long road. This is the first time I've ridden the bike. We had some teething problems, and just got a good start, and it ran really well, and I was able to kind of hold them off, and it was just a lot of fun. It was smiling ear to ear the whole time, so it's great.
Yeah, we heard you talking in an earlier interview about this motorcycle, and it's kind of a tribute bike, and I heard the analogy that this is kind of like a Civil War reenactment for you guys, and so this was your opportunity to go out there and do your Civil War reenactment. I love that.
Yeah, we have a great time. As you can see, we spend a little money on our outfits, and we have a really great time. We have a really great group of guys, and it's just a lot of fun. Like I said, we have a lot of the same interests. We all spend the weekend away from our wives, our families, so this kind of becomes a family, and it's just I just love the guys, and I really enjoy doing this with these guys, so it's great.
Right on. I know you already thanked G-Force. Who else do you need to thank here?
Well, specifically G-Force, they, like I said, they scrambled getting this bike together for me, and I really appreciate it. And obviously, Bagger Racing League, we've had so much fun with you guys, and really thanks for making us welcome and everything. And I can't, thank you guys enough. It's been great. Thank you so much.
Right on, and thank you, Darren. Everybody put your hands together for our top 3 finishers here in the next-gen Superbike class. We got your number 1 trophy here. Thanks, Darren.
So Darren walking away, holding the gold, and getting the job done here in the number 1 spot. And I believe we've got some more hardware headed his way. We'll send things back down to Tony.
Darren, you were the best finisher on the weekend, finishing with a 2-1, which earns you this beautiful 24-karat gold belt. This is all you, my man. That's for real. We make a grown man cry down here. Thanks, Darren. Everybody put your hands together.
It's an emotional experience. I understand where he's at. Absolutely. Strap that thing on. He'll wear that thing to bed tonight. Absolutely. He deserved it. He earned it. And we'll have those guys hop up on the podium. Grab some photos. He said, hang on, I'm putting the belt on. Absolutely. That's the way to do it. Celebrating. So now we'll shuffle things around as Jamie Hansen going to step to the top step of the podium, and we'll send things down to Tony Tucker and Rob Bidas for the presentation. Go ahead, Tony.
All right, we're back down here in Winner's Circle. We got our main man, Rob Bidas, here to give away another number 1 plate on the season.
What a pleasure. One of the hardest working, biggest travelers we have. Congratulations on running the number 1 plate proudly in the BRL in 2025.
So Jamie Hansen walking away the champion. Been with us all year long. And now is walking away with a number 1 plate. So coming up next, going to be our Zippers Performance Products American Twins Unlimited Podium. We'll shuffle those bikes around and get them ready to go for their podium celebrations. And look at that, some serious hardware being brought up. That's what it's all about. And sounds like we may be sending things back down to Rob Bidas at the podium. And we'll send things down to Rob standing by at the podium.
Hey gang, Rob Bidas from the Bagger Racing League. Each and every year we hand out the Fred Fox Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Bidas here from the Bagger Racing League, and sorry for that little hiccup there, but we have the Fred Fox Cup, our most prestigious award. Since the inception of the Bagger Racing League, the folks from Trask has held this thing captive for 3 consecutive years. Well, Tom Motzko down here was the right-hand man, the Fred Fox at the Drag Specialties Empire. And Tom, the trophy has switched hands for the first time since the inception of the BRL. The 3-time champion. Now, they had a big year this year getting everything ready, but they came out this weekend and put an amazing performance. But for the remainder of this year and heading into next one, the folks from Fueling with Luke Leatherman will be in charge of the BRL's Fred Fox Memorial Trophy. Gentlemen, congratulations. It's quite an honor. Brian from Trask, Tom Motzko from Drag Specialties, and Luke Leatherman from Fueling.
A huge congratulations. And, man, yeah, what an honor to be able to hold on to that, the Fred Fox Cup. Absolutely fantastic. And we'll get ready to move things around. For our next class, that ATU class. There you see the number 10, your winner, making his way towards the podium. Or excuse me, podium finisher, I should say. One of our winners, I should say. So moving those bikes up towards the podium. So waiting on getting our rider back up to the podium, and now it looks like we're ready to go. Tony Tucker, back down to you.
We are down here with our ATU class winners. Brian, congratulations on bringing home a second place. Brian, hard-fought battle. You ran a couple of classes today. How are you feeling? You feeling pretty gassed out?
I'm pretty good. I've been training for this all year. The goal for today was to find a line through turn 9 that didn't put me out in the dirt. So no field trips out in the dirt today, so awesome. And tough competition, man. Doing the best I can with what I got, and it takes a lot to get here. And I really want to thank Sierra Steel Harley Davidson and NorCal Law Tigers and my pit crew, Harley.
Right on, Brian. Congratulations on another podium finish up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So a great ride there and another podium spot. And we'll send things down back to Tony in the center of the podium, standing by with the number 11.
Yeah, back here on the top step of the podium, Vincent, you ran a great race out here in the ATU class, another great ride. How are you feeling on the kind of that back-to-back race?
The back-to-back races aren't really a problem. 7 laps. This track is pretty flowing, so it doesn't take much strength to handle the bike in the corners. But I felt I had a really good race. I broke away right from the first turn and just put my head down and just had to bring it home. I want to thank the team sponsors. I want to thank Barnett Clutch Cables. I want to thank Shark Law, Motul, Galfer, Bridgestone, and Alloy Art, and FDR as well. And I want to thank everybody back home in Canada and the Maritimes who took time out of their weekend to watch me race and are cheering me on online. And, hopefully I'll be back next year for a full season.
Right on. Vincent, I know you got an awesome team behind you. Who do you need to thank?
I want to thank all the guys. I want to thank the Saddleman crew. I want to thank everybody at Alloy Art. I want to thank Rob, Justin, and Phil, and pretty much everyone who's been helping me out this weekend.
Right on, Vincent. We got a number one plate or a number one trophy on the day. We got a belt on the weekend. Congratulations and going home with some hardware. Thanks, Vincent.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So congratulations, Vincent. Welcome to the BRL and walking home or bringing it home with a championship belt and a number one trophy. That's what it's all about. Throws that thing on. And there it is. A huge congratulations. Absolutely well-deserved. And excited to see what the future is looking like for the number 11 here in the BRL. So we're going to shuffle these bikes around once again. And sounds like we may be standing by with Tony Tucker back down at the podium.
Yeah, we are back down here in Winter Circle. We got another number one plate to present. Carl Schlock, our ATU Zippers Performance ATU champion on the season. It's my honor to present you with the number one plate in our class. Congratulations, Carl.
Thanks, Tony. It's been a long season. And this is what we're fighting for, that number one plate. So thanks, Lord, for keeping us safe. Everybody behind us, the whole BRL crew, and everybody working hard here. And, man, just blessed to be here. See you next year.
Right on. Congratulations, Carl.
Thanks, Tony.
So Carl Schlack earning that number one plate, holding it up. Well-deserved. And we'll get ready for our classic Superbike class coming up next. So we get those classic Superbikes put up on the podium. Get the number 8 machine moved out of the way and then back them in and get ready to celebrate with our classic Superbike class. Going to be a fun one to talk to. Awesome looking bikes, some great racers there, and excited for this one for sure. All right, so we are going to get ready to head down to the podium one more time as we talk to Tony Tucker, standing by with your podium finishers.
Yes, we are back down here with our last podium of the day here, our classic Superbike. This was an amazing race. You guys, were battling back and forth, Ed. We saw the battle with Darren on screen unfold. It was a great battle, one of the best ones we've seen all day. Walk us through your race.
Well, I got a good start, I thought.
and I knew Mark was going to be, disappearing pretty quickly. But I've gone like, well, maybe I'll try to keep Darren behind me, and it worked for a while. But Darren, once he came past me, I think going into turn 3 or somewhere right around there, he was like sliding the rear around him, going like, I think you have a lot more guts than me today. So I'll try to keep up with you, but he was just faster.
Well, it was a great battle, and we enjoyed watching it unfold on screen. Do you have any sponsors you need to thank today?
Just APE, like yesterday. They've supplied me with parts, at a discount, so I really appreciate that. And, I love all the friendship that I see here in the pits, and I really want to thank the turn workers also. I forgot yesterday.
Yes, and we want to thank you, Ed, for coming out and, kind of showing us these classic superbikes, keeping the history and the legacy alive of these motorcycles. We really enjoyed seeing you guys out here this weekend, and thanks for coming out and racing with us.
You're very welcome.
Ed Hazer, our third-place finisher here in Classic Superbike. Thanks, Ed.
So a great job, Ed. Thanks for coming out and racing with us, and a huge congratulations on your third place. And we'll get ready to send it back down to Tony, standing by with second place.
We are back down here with Darren. Darren Govan. I almost called you Darren Hazer. That would have been bad, huh? Darren, a couple of different bikes out here, looking fast on both. Walk us through the Classic Superbike race.
Well, I get my trademark horrible start. I don't know what I was doing on the start, but I got it going a little bit there, and it's going to be. I knew it was going to be a big uphill climb to keep Mark inside. That thing really rips, and Mark is a really great rider. And I was kind of worried about Ed too. Well, for those of you who might not know, today's Ed's birthday, so happy birthday, Ed. So anyway, but just kind of put my head down a little bit. It was chasing him. I was like, ooh, I think I see something. So just snuck in there on him on the turn going into turn 3, and then put my head down and was like, oh my god, I think he's on me the whole time, and so just kind of keep going, and it was just really, really good to finish it off. So it was great.
Right on. Well, we thank you for coming out here, showing us these motorcycles, racing with us. It's been a pleasure. Who do you need to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jeff Spill Motorcycles. Jim Sawtell has really got me a rocket ship here. It's been super reliable. It's great. I love to ride it, and my wife. I better thank my wife. I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't. But thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks, Darren, and congratulations on a second place finish. We got a trophy coming in here for you.
Congrats, Darren. Absolutely well-deserved on that second place finish here today. And now, last but certainly not least, to the center of the podium we go. And we'll send it back down to Tony Tucker.
We are here with Mark Miller. Mark, it was an amazing race. You kind of put on another clinic just like yesterday, but it was a real pleasure to see you bring this motorcycle out and race with us and see it on track. You ran some really fast times today, and, it's great to see these motorcycles had speed, kind of show you old guys still have it, huh?
Yeah, it's so cool. I was saying earlier to a friend, it's like classic bikes for classic guys. We're getting older. It's still fun to ride motorcycles, and man, the weather was so good today. I don't think it's ever been better at Willow Springs. No wind, and the sun was high, and the blue sky. So it was really a lot of fun.
I know you got some help in this motorcycle. Who do you need to thank?
I'd like to thank Jennifer and Warren from BRL and all the other people that are putting this on to allow us the opportunity to come out and have some fun, and all the corner workers. We can't do it without them. So Bridgestone Tires, worked amazing, Hypercycle, and that's about it.
Well, since this is the first time that we've had classic superbikes out here with the BRL, we have a pile of hardware to hand you. We have a trophy for the day. We have a gold belt for the weekend, and we actually have the #1 plate because you are our series champion on the year. So you're going to need 3 hands to take all this hardware home. Congratulations, Mark.
These are going in the man cave. I'm going to be bragging about this. They won't know, that this is 24 karat gold, you said. So
it is.
I'm selling it.
All right, cool. Thanks, Mark. Everybody put your hands together for these classic superbikes. What a treat to see these motorcycles out on track.
Into the man cave. I love it. That's exactly where I'd put it as well. But man, a huge congratulations. What a way to close off the season. What a way to close off the podium celebrations. And what a way to wrap up the 2024 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Man, crazy to think that the year has already come to a close. But nonetheless, it's done and dusted. We've had sidecar racing. We've had baggers. We've had metric bikes. We've had passes. We've had crashes. We've had mechanicals issues. We've seen it all here throughout this 2024 season. And I feel like things are still just heating up and really setting up for an incredible 2025 season. You guys don't want to miss it. Once again, want to give a huge thank you to all of our series sponsors: Alpine Star, the AMA, Andrews High Performance Cans and Gear, Barnett Clutches and Cables, Bridgestone, DP Brakes, Drag Specialties, Dunlop Motorcycle Tires, Memphis Shades, Pirelli, Ultra Cool Oil Cooling Systems, and Zipper Performance Products for helping us bring you guys the Bagger Racing League and racing action all year long. Like I said, make sure you're following us on social media as well at Bagger Racing League and baggerracingleague.com to find out whether or not you've got a bike capable of lining up with us here at the BRL in 2025. Make sure you're following along for that 2025 schedule announcement. Make plans to find yourself at a BRL event at least one time throughout the year next year. We got champions crowned. We got belts passed out. Number one plates in the hands. Now it's just time to do some celebrating here. It's going to be a good night here at Rosamond, California. We've got champions all making their way to town, and it's going to be a fun night of celebrations for sure. We thank all of our riders for coming out and racing with us. We thank all of the crew here with BRL and here at Willow Springs for allowing us to come out and race on such a historic racetrack. And absolutely, we're glad to be a part of standing back down by the podium. Tony Tucker, what's up?
Hey, I know we thought we were done for the day, but Arnie Wells doing what Arnie Wells does. He throws a wrench in the mix here. We forgot we had an actual metric bagger class. Rob threw it out there to the people to bring out your metrics. You all wanted to talk that your Gold Wings and your Kawasaki's could beat all these Harleys. Rob gave us the opportunity to prove that wrong, and Arnie was the only one to answer the call. So we are going to present you with the championship belt and number one plate as our metric bagger champion. Congratulations, Arnie Wells.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
It's a great, a beautiful motorcycle. Thanks for coming out and showing what a beautiful cream puff like this can do on the road course. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right on.
A huge congratulations, Arnie. Absolutely getting the job done and celebrating another championship in the books, another number one plate passed out, and another season in the books here for Bagger Racing League. This has been a live presentation from all of us here at RacerTV.com. Of course, got to give a huge shout out to AG Video, bringing you all of that video coverage. Our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our producer, OPAG, Adam Gordon, the director, Don Hampton, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer and audio expert, Jack Renner. Of course, the drone pilot, the eyes in the sky, Gabe Shull, doing a great job for us, as did all of our camera operators, Leah Myers, Corey Chamberlain, Michael Mija, Dom Persini, and Bob Hand. I want to give a big shout out to Larry Coleman for jumping up in the booth with us and calling some racing with us. And a big thank you to Tony Tucker for joining us this season up in the booth. We want him healed up and back out on the racetrack soon, but it's been great to have him calling racing all year long. Until then, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time out at the races for BRL.